Ilaji isn't that cold, is it?
Wow.
Today we have a very packed program, and the only thing I can say is fasten your seatbelt and get ready to participate. This morning we'll start with a session on looking at income generation. This keynote speaker actually started us off yesterday talking about the fact that whatever it is we need to do to grow our balance sheet, we must always look at income. And so we're starting with that today. Then after that, we would have a session on looking at the economic environment of business and how it would affect our abilities to the abilities of MFPs to actually grow their income. And then we would have a panel session. Then we would have the opportunities mapping session also later today. But before we do that, somebody advised us yesterday that we should get to know each other. So what I want us to do is get up from your seat, walk up to somebody that you didn't know, that you had not met, and then learn one or two things from that person. We're going to do that in 10 minutes. So we'll have 10 minutes to do that. So get up.
So today I'll be discussing about income generation, balance sheet growth, and then looking at the nexus or the intersection between the concept of retained earnings and capital interjection. Okay, so I'll speak from 4 different lenses. I'll speak about income generation and motivate that with the conversation around that, and also balance sheet growth, then speak about retained earnings and capital injection, and how that is very crucial to the way we see the business going. And then much more, I wanted to end by just speaking about the fact that all of this should be consolidated in a strategy that we can use for growth, right? Which is the idea that we can also look away from our mainstream sources of income. So I have a question. I don't know if it's visible. So what are your suggestions? What are your thoughts? I just want to motivate the conversation with this. Any thoughts on how we can diversify our income streams? So beyond our traditional ways we generate income, which I guess will be from fees, interest income. Yeah, please feel free. Yeah, fees from payment services. Exactly.
Opportunity target.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree with you. Okay. Again, another perspective.
We can leverage partnerships.
Yeah, exactly.
If you are able to leverage people across other financial service providers like insurance, pension,
exactly.
There are some element of fees, by referring or onboarding your customers on there to procure their services. There could be some arrangement where you can earn some fees from them. So the more strategic partnership you have, the more diversified your streams of income.
Yeah, fantastic. Like you're already reading my slides already. So fees, from our mobile payment and other technology platforms, up to your point on also fees you can gain from strategic partnerships as well. I like the idea of inclusion, or if I say diversity, can I hear just a female respondent and we move on? Is any female happy to just add to this, and then that's all, we move on?
If we stay in the commercial banks, actually trying to take our meal. So why don't we start thinking of block lending? So there can be a big ticket transaction that is bigger than your obligor limits. But you take 2 or 3 other microfinance banks, join hands together to work within your obligor limits, and then you can fund it.
We call it loan syndication, so you can earn fees when you participate in syndicated loans. Okay, so that's fine. So why I wanted to start by this conversation was to say that although our theme is around income resilience, but I also think that the point really is also to think broadly too around other ways we can, sort of diversify our income streams. And I just thought it should be something that we're thinking along that lines. I do recognize that, our traditional income streams will come from, things like interest income, fees we can get from some of the services we provide in the accounts that we do maintain for our clients, and also fees as well to our income around commissions. But I just wanted to make a point today that we should also think about diverse other ways we can earn, income as well. I like the point he was mentioning about this club lending. I like that idea. Also the point too around leveraging fees for mobile banking platforms. I think that's also a very strong one. Also working with partners, insurance, pension. I think there's a lot there, especially if we can target them, for our micro customers as well too. And also there's a lot going on around how we can work with those who do agent banking. I think there's some fees we can also, sort of create along those lines as well too. Remittances is also a strong one to also earn fees as well too by providing remittance services as well too. Then I think that we can also create incentive schemes, loyalty programs to just drive people to encourage savings with our respective banks. I think there's also a big opportunity there. And then the idea around also stratifying and doing a lot of risk analysis around our customers so that we understand potential lending customers a lot more as well too, or borrowing customers a lot more. I think there's a lot of opportunities there. So my main argument really with what I'm just doing is to say that if we're going to be speaking about income resilience today or income optimization, I think a strong part of it should also be around diversifying our sources of income. Are we fine? So key considerations around this, how to diversify income. I think one, technology is a strong way. I think technology is a strong way, especially if we focus our technology around improving customer experience. That will drive the penchant for people to want to utilize our technology platforms a lot more. Technology has the penchant to also help with making our services a lot more efficient, but I think customer experience is also one facet that I think we should think about. If the technology platforms that we can harness within our respective banks can improve customer experience, I think that will drive a lot of them to wanting to use our technology platforms a lot. I also think as well too that we can think around value. So when we're also thinking about products or services we can create for our customers, I think there's a lot around also thinking about what is very relevant to them. So maybe the idea around making sure that we are targeting our products to the various individual needs of our customers as well. So I think that's also something. I do also recognize too that we're also limited, or we must be guided in the products or services we develop along the lines of regulation. So that's also something for our product development team as well too. And then much more, I think risk management will really sit at the heart of anything we would say around income generation. So the concept of a balance sheet too. So if you look at any balance sheet, it tries to represent this equation, which I call our basic accounting equation, that the assets of every organization will be equal to its liabilities plus equity. So if I use the term balance sheet, really, I'm just speaking to a sheet or a statement that speaks to this equation. So I just wanted liabilities plus equity. All right. Again, what's the understanding around this? Assets represents what we use our funds for. So basically, your investment in assets speaks to your use of funds. The other side to the equation is really how you then source for that fund that we deploy in the asset side. So you can source for your funds either through liabilities. Maybe another way to think of liabilities essentially either through loans, right? So either through liabilities or investments in the business. So in terms of equity. Just a small differential, right, is that liabilities are temporary, you would repay, right? But equity is permanent, right? It's expected to stay in the business on a permanent basis. So again, this is the concept of a balance sheet, right? But like I did say, it's renamed. So what we actually should say is statement of financial position. But I guess that balance sheet still sort of stays with us, so I'll use that term. So let me speak a bit about this now. So it's a bit like giving use cases on how we can grow our balance sheet by growing these two components or these two sides to the equation. So under growing our assets, I wanted to speak to the fact that you can expand your asset portfolio. That's a strong way. You can largely target looking at new opportunities in terms of looking at new markets or coming up with what I might call niche products. I like that idea a lot. So something I want to just challenge us here is if we can think about sectors or underserved areas that we have not paid attention to, right? And see if we can target products, for those kind of demographics, right? There's quite a lot of sectors. Why I like the microfinance space is really the way it sits, financial inclusion sits at the core of what you all do. So there's quite a lot of sectors that I think that sometimes I might think they are underserved. And I'll just give a good example. I sit sometimes and I think about what we do for students, the students demography in terms of the students in high school, even from secondary school. If I ask the question, how many of us here have products targeting students even in secondary school? I don't know. Is that something anybody can speak to here? Just by a show of the hand. Do you have products along those lines? Medical students in schools, do you have products along those lines, targeting those sort of people, right? So I think there's an opportunity to look at some of these sectors, or some of these demographics that we are not paying a lot of attention to, and there could be potential there. I think that could be one way. I think awareness, one of the things that I believe is a strong remit or mandate for microfinance bank is also to deepen financial inclusion through education and awareness. So I think that there's a strong relationship with, doing a lot of this sensitization, a lot of these awareness programs in itself, and also how we are able to get a lot more deposits coming in our directions. Okay, so let me just conclude. So I've spoken around several ways we could generate income, diversify income. I've spoken about the concept of understanding your balance sheet, and how to craft a robust balance sheet, and how to think about how to grow your balance sheet, just using that asset liability equity equation. I've also made the case around thinking about your retained earnings, right? Your retained earnings, the portion of your after-tax profits that you decide to plow back into the business. I think that there should be a strategic approach to retained earnings, because it's a cheaper way to actually finance your business in itself. But if the mix of retained earnings isn't enough, there's also value. That is also something that we should think about. And the more important thing is that let's use data. Let's use data to drive decisions and have a solid sustainability strategic plan in itself, right? I think these are cornerstones for building a microfinance bank in today's world. So innovation, risk management, technology will be quite critical to defining our financial landscape going forward. Then finally, I might not have said this enough, and I kept this to be the final point. I think that at the end of the day, a strong portion of all what we are speaking to and everything that we're going, and I know we're going to have a detailed session around this, maybe tomorrow, is on people and capacity building. Let's think about one way to grow our balance sheet as also growing our investments in people. Thank you.
I just want to share a few thoughts about the macroeconomic business environment and how it affects the abilities of microfinance banks to grow your balance sheet. Let me start by just mentioning briefly about just give a case study, and I'm going to conclude with that case study. Many of you here know about the bank called Lapo. So Lapo used to be, in time past, big microfinance bank. They raised money from the capital market in Nigeria. They raised 7 billion naira from the capital market. They were rated by rating agencies and they had investment grade rating as Lapo. Fast forward, COVID happened, and when COVID happened, things went a bit south, and then we went to a recession and things got worse for Lapo as a microfinance bank. I believe, if I'm correct, non-performing loans went over 20%. At some point, it got as high as 30% for Lapo as a bank, non-performing loans. Things were not as rosy as it used to be during that time. We came out of that recession, we went into another recession, and the bank went through a difficult period. I will conclude that story towards the end of where the bank is presently. But I think that what happened to Lapo is a reality of what is happening and could happen to some of us who are in this room if we don't take care based on the prevailing macroeconomic situations in the country. So, microfinance bank, you all know about microfinance banking more than I do. So let me go straight into macroeconomics, right? For the economics, they'll tell you that you have two major branches of economics, microeconomics or and macro. The micro deals with households, individuals, firms. So when you talk in economics about things like people's ability to take decisions, they say human beings are rational, all things being equal. That's speaking about micro. Households, how we allot scarce resources, why you decide to buy this instead of that. Individuals, firms, market structure. So you hear economics talk about things like perfect competition, oligopoly, monopoly, monopoly. All those things have to do with microeconomics. It deals with individuals, households, and firms. Theory of consumption, theory of production, all of those. But when you come to macroeconomy, we deal with bigger issues about the nation. We talk about GDP, we talk about inflation, we talk about interest rates, unemployment, international trade. All of that is macroeconomics. So today, we'll be speaking more about macro, the macroeconomics, instead of micro. Why are we having this conversation? We're looking at financial stability to understand how the macros of the nation affect our ability as firms who do business in that nation, and this nation being Nigeria. We're also looking at inclusive economic growth. How, I remember there was a time in this country when our economy was growing at 6%, at 7% in GDP growth, and some people questioned, you're just giving us numbers. This growth, yes, is in numbers, but it's not inclusive. I'm not growing at 6%. My business is not growing at 6-7% as GDP is growing. So, what are these numbers about? Now we've had a flip of that. Today, we're growing at 2.9%, and maybe now we realize that when the economy was growing at 6%, we were actually growing. Now that we've experienced the other side of the coin, we realize that we're actually growing there. It's just that the way we perceive growth as an individual is different from how you measure growth on a national scale. So, inclusive economic growth, poverty reduction, how does the economy work to reduce poverty, and how does that affect your business? Whether it's none of your business, you just think about it like people who manage the economy on the monetary policy side and on the fiscal side is their responsibility. Does poverty affect your business? We will look at that briefly as well. The regulatory framework, how does regulation affect your business, right? Economic development in terms of growth in GDP, are those things impacting your businesses? And then informed investments as well. So a few of the issues or indices that we need to look at on the balance sheet side of MFB. So you look at your asset growth, you look at your loan to deposit ratio, you look at your non-performing loans, your return on equity, your capital adequacy ratio as prescribed by the regulator. On the macro side, you look at GDP growth rates, inflation, unemployment, the Human Development Index, which speaks to life expectancy, speaks to education, speaks to income of households, individuals, and then firms as well. Then you look at things like minimum wage, which is now a topical issue around minimum wage. You think minimum wage should be 494,000? Nobody, not even one person. Okay. You think minimum wage should be 30,000 where it's been before? You think minimum wage should be 75,000? Okay, at least I have a few people. You think it should be 100,000. So we have more people round about 100. Okay, from 30,000 to 100,000. All right. I hope we all know how this impacts our businesses, right? I hope we all know. So those cleaners in your office that you're paying 35K, I hope you know you now have to go to 100K. The gatesman that you're paying 25K, I hope you know that's the implication. And that subsequently what will happen is that those people you're paying 300K, 400K, you also have to increase that. I hope we all realize that. And more importantly, I hope we realize, because there is a portion of this conversation that I like. We like to show what senators in Nigeria earn. I'm not a senator, I don't know what they earn. I don't even believe those figures. Because every time you ask senators themselves, they never own up to that figure. But I hope in having this conversation, we realize that as the minimum wage goes up, that even if that 26 million per month is correct, that is going to go up as well. Okay. Just for your information. So let's look at some of the macro issues and indices that we have in the economy. Today, GDP growth rate Q1 2024, 2.98%. That's the growth rate, is lower than Q4, but higher than what we had in Q1 of last year. But it's lower than Q4. Inflation rate, 33.69. Inflation has been going up consistently. Well, maybe about over the last 1 year. So inflation rising, GDP rate not going as high as we expect. Our GDP rate growth is actually lower than our population growth rate. If you take the World Bank view that our population is growing at about 3% or 3.5% per annum. So our GDP growth rate will be suboptimal at 2.98%. Exchange rate, 1,460. I don't know if it's still correct as at this time, because our exchange rate is a bit now more volatile, right? Our total debt, 97 trillion naira, going in this direction, going north and climbing. Foreign reserves, $32 billion, going down from where we've been in the last few years. At the point we are much higher than this. Population, 218 million, still rising. Oil production, anywhere between 1.2, 1.3 to 1.4 million barrels per day. OPEC quota is actually at 1.7. We don't meet our OPEC quota at this point in time, simply because some of our crude is stolen. Doesn't make it from the point of production to the point of evacuation, and that's stolen crude. Oil contribution to GDP is just 6.3%. Again, let me remind you, remember, I'm not an economist, I mentioned it. But let me correct one thing in this room so that those, maybe a few people, might be making the mistake I used to make. People always say that oil and gas is the largest contributor to our GDP. It's not. Oil and gas is the largest contributor to revenue, government FX revenue, foreign revenue, but it's not largest contributor to GDP. Over the last many years, oil has not contributed more than 10% of GDP. GDP being the sum total of goods and services produced in an economy at a particular time. So oil and gas is not the largest contributor to our GDP at all. It hasn't been for the longest. But it's the largest when the economy, when things are happening around you, when things are happening around you as a banker, don't stay disconnected from the things that are happening around you. When we talk about GDP, and they're saying this is happening with GDP of the country, you might think that it doesn't affect you directly, but trust me, it affects you. It affects your business, it affects the ability of your borrowers and their capacity to be able to pay back the loans that they've taken from you. God forbid if we enter a recession, we enter another recession, some industries will be affected more than others. And once companies are affected and there's a revenue shock, the first thing that most managers will do is that you begin to knock off every unnecessary expense. One of the first expenses that will go is training. You will just cancel training, no more training. Boom. I'm sure some of you have not paid for training for a while now. You're cancel training. Nobody's going anywhere. Some companies will say no more foreign training, only local. Some will say no training at all. When you cancel training, then you notice that the thing is still happening. You look for admin, come here. Why are we buying paper in this office? You are always buying paper. They need the paper. It's not the fault of the paper or the fault of the admin. It's because you're not making money. You reduce admin expense. But what is happening is still happening. The next thing you do is HR. Who do we not need? And those people that the company does not need, if they let them go, they could be your clients who are carrying your loans, and those loans will go back. What are you going to do? Kill the person. If you like, hire bulldog to go and recover the loan. If the person cannot pay, cannot pay. So you've got to watch what is happening around you. The GDP growth rate is important, and we all contribute to it positively or negatively. Then inflation. Inflation is like, in medical terms, I look at inflation like high blood pressure. You know, they say high BP is a silent killer. Oh, by the way, if you are here and you don't know you are over 40 and you don't do medical checkups, please, I want to recommend to you that you always check yourself. Know what your BP is, check yourself and know. Because BP is a silent killer. That's why people will wake up. They say he was good, nothing was wrong with him in the morning. In the afternoon, the man is dead or the woman is dead. They say, they sent arrow to him. Arrow from where? He say from the village. Which village? Does the arrow come by email or through where? Some people are living on the edge. Their BP is so high, constant headache, dizziness. They've not gone to the hospital, they don't know. One day the person falls. That's how inflation happens in an economy. It just, so for us as Nigerians, the reason we are shouting inflation because food inflation is the most affected. So when your wife or yourself go to the market, price of things, that's why we're crying. But inflation creeps in on you. It just creeps in continuously. You will keep on adjusting. You used to give Madam 50k to run the house. Then one day she will come and say, all your 50k, see it in this bag. Then you increase to 75k. Then one day she will come and say, your 75k, see it in this nylon. Then you increase to 100k. Then you increase to 150. Then you increase to 200. But your salary is not increasing. You know what you are doing? You are reducing your capacity to spend on other things while increasing your food expense because you and your children will not starve. That's what inflation does. But that inflation, if it continues and becomes a galloping inflation that is not monitored and not controlled, a time will come when you will max out. You can no longer increase what you will give madam. What you now do is to reduce how many times you eat in the house. That's why people start doing eating like football score. They say 0-1-1 or 1-0-1 or 1-1-0 or whatever. That's when people invent nice things. They say in this house we don't eat breakfast, we eat brunch. You mix breakfast and lunch together and call it brunch. That's fine. But that's what inflation does. It just continually, gradually. And that's how it's affecting your clients. And that's what will make it difficult for them to pay back their loans as long as you're creating risk assets. And that's what makes it difficult for them to give you deposits because they don't have any disposable income anymore. So you're not creating liabilities, you're not creating risk assets. What happens? Your business begins to stagnate. But that's what inflation can do. And it's something you need to keep hold on, you need to monitor, you need to plan and hedge against. Another one is unemployment or underemployment. You know, we learn new things. When I was growing up, I used to just know about unemployment. Then MBS now did unemployment and underemployment. So if you don't work for certain hours of the day, they say you are underemployed, not that you are unemployed. So they came out and said in Nigeria that it's just 4% unemployment rate because that we added people that were underemployed to unemployed. It just sounds like fuel subsidy. Whether you call it subsidy or you call it what's the other name they call the other one? Recovery. Under recovery. It is subsidy in my books. If once you are paying, whether you pay it from top or from bottom, you are paying something. So whether the person is under or on, but there is still employment after it, whether underemployed or unemployed. In an environment and in an economy when the unemployment rate is going up, you've got to watch it. You've got to watch it. Because what will happen is that it has a way of creeping in again and affecting your business. This is how macroeconomic issues begin to affect your business. Human Development Index, HDI. That is when you now talk about education, you talk about income levels. We look at how does all that affect the economy and affect your business? Do you know that some people believe that loans are not meant to be paid back? Do you know that some people believe that if they take a loan, they can pay back anytime, payable whenever? Do you know that some people believe that when you come to their house and say, okay, pay your loan, you say, you see who I collected the money from? Are you the bank? Do you know that some people believe that when they get a loan from Central Bank of Nigeria, it's a grant? That one, then fact, it's not coming back. Agriculture loan, anchor borrower, NISA, anyone you call, once they just hear that it's government, they say government they share money. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a grant. It is also the level of education, the level of information, the level of awareness. When you deal with a congregation of people who do not have understanding of these things, there's the likelihood that it will affect your business. Because one day they are going to wake up. I guarantee the friend wanted to take a loan from a microfinance bank. I won't call the name of the bank because the MD is here. I guarantee the person. He took a loan of 7 million or 9 million, I can't remember the amount. And I signed guarantor because the guy is my friend. And he said he will return the money, but 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, loan time expired, Baba did not pay. So they went to his house. The person that went to his house and they started having a conversation, and the guy said something to the loan officer, and the loan officer got upset and shouted at him. He picked his phone and he called me. He said, can you imagine, these people from this bank are in my house and they are shouting? I said, but Baba, you are owing. He said, yes, but that does not give them the right to come and shout in my house. I said, did they do any other thing but shout? He said, no, but he's raising his voice. Can you not hear his voice? I said, just give them the money, then they will stop coming to your house. It is important that we realize that information that is available to people, social issues, lack of understanding, they have a way of affecting businesses. I hope you people know that people borrow BVN to come and take loan from you. No! Somebody came, Lagbaja came and took loan, and you took Lagbaja's BVN, and Lagbaja collected the loan. So Lagbaja comes back again and says, I want another loan. You now say, no, I can't give you this loan anymore because you don't pay the last one. Then Lagbaja will go and bring another person, Nkechi, and Nkechi will come and stand and collect loan with her BVN for Lagbaja. So Nkechi's BVN is borrowed. She's not the one that is collecting the loan. Then as you give Nkechi, Nkechi will pass the money to Lagbaja and get commission. Is Nkechi you know Abi? Good. Then when Nkechi passes, Lagbaja can bring Ahmed and use Ahmed's BVN and collect another loan. Right? So this thing I'm telling you about, you know how I got to know about it? Should I tell you how? In our church. If these precepts don't build the taproot of resilience, of governance, of risk management, and proper credit analysis, they are going to go down. Key strategy, financial education. I've talked about that. Educate yourself financially. Know what's happening around you. Don't run away. Don't keep away and say, this thing, okay, there's Cardoso is the CBN governor, right? Yes. My colleagues in the office, they have a name they call him. Cardi. Okay, do you know about that? Oh, okay, so I can say it really. I thought it was our market issue and it hasn't entered CBN. When Cardi B is talking, listen. You better listen. It could be the difference between your profitability and a loss in that year. If you don't understand, call somebody that you know understand and tell them, explain to me what he said. There is no difference between a man who can read and does not read and a man who cannot read. No difference. All illiterates. Try and know what's happening around you. Listen to what the Ask yourself always, how does this new policy affect my business? Government says we are going to remove VAT on XYZ. How does it affect your business? How? You have to ask that question. Have strategy sessions in-house. If you don't have the resource to employ somebody who is an economist, who can review economic issues and tell you, outsource it, farm it out to a company, that on a monthly basis or on a quarterly basis, they can give you information on what's happening and look at your strategy and be sure that you still align. So you must be educationally, financially educated at every point in time. Risk management, again, I've spoken about that. Please make sure, don't joke with it. Don't joke with it. Hire the risk guy that everybody hates at the office. If your credit admin people are best friends with your risk person, you are in trouble. The people that bring risk assets are best friends with your risk management people, your internal auditors. If they are best friends, something is wrong. I've never worked in a bank when we were friends. I couldn't stand internal control people. I was working in the bank, I traveled to Abuja, I came back. I did retirement. They returned it to me, wrote one long memo and returned it to me. What was the problem? 2,500 naira. When I saw the memo, I said, this memo is longer than 2005. So I went to the guy that wrote the memo, I said, because of 2005, he said, okay, that's my job. It can be 25,000 tomorrow, it can be 250,000, but this one, you overspent above your level by 2005. And they sent me a memo and sent the whole thing back, my whole retirement back to me. So I had to redo it again and remove the 2005. When I see that guy in the canteen, I sit on another seat. They can be friends. Because the risk manager should be trying to stop them. You see, remember you pay commission and you want them to create risk assets, right? And those people earn their salary maybe based on commission or based on how many inflows they bring and all of that. Even when they are bringing money, many of you will remember there was a time that UBA was fined in New York for illicit funds that entered UBA. American government saw money that came from either Peru or one of those drug-related countries into UBA New York, and they fined UBA. COE was still MD then. As soon as they fined that UBA in New York, the next day, the man woke up and sliced the place. From the MD to the risk person, all of them that were Nigerians, he brought them back to Nigeria. The ones that were Oyibo, he fired them there. Hired new people, took people from Nigeria, took the baddest risk manager in Nigeria and sent him there. Sent him to the UK, to New York. Fired all of them immediately. Because you don't want that bad, you don't want that thing happening in your institution. Risk management, very important. And then the last one, capitalization, we've spoken about that. I would share this with you. Just look at this slide and see what has happened. Every time there's economic recession, microfinance banks fail. Every single time. Every single time. 2016, 2017, 103 microfinance bank licenses revoked. Assets decreased by 10.8%. NPL went up to 37%. Another economic recession, 2020-2021, 47 MFB licenses revoked. All right. When there was recovery, businesses increased again. 2023, 179 MFB licenses revoked. Every time there has been an economic downturn, it affects your business. So you've got to be careful and watch it. I started with the story of Lapo Microfinance Bank, and I'm going to end with it. They went through that turmoil, things were not going well, but again, the market changed. The bank has bounced back immediately after the economic recession. Loan portfolio is over 1 trillion naira so far. The bank is doing well today. But one thing I tell people, experience is a good teacher, but it doesn't have to be my experience. If another person goes through it, I can learn. Case study, I will leave with you. Go and look at Lapo, what they went through, how they recovered. Don't let yourself go through it. Learn from their experience. You don't have to go through it. All right, thank you very much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the rest of your program here. God bless you.
My name is Francis Ebuehi. I've been in this business of developing products and new businesses for the past 30 years. I started work in Accenture as a management consultant. So I'm a consultant at heart. I delved into banking, the former Liberty Merchant Bank, and also former Oceanic Bank that is now part of EcoBank. I've also been the CEO of a switch, Charm Switch. After banking, I moved into telecoms. What has, for me, when you look at my career, it's more like I like to see innovation. I like new things, okay? I do not want to be left behind, okay? You'll find out in life, if care is not taken, you wake up one day and someone else has eaten your lunch. Like what is happening also, I dare say, in this industry. I see every day, one new day I hear, one fintech has bought over one MFB, and you ask yourself, why are they buying? They have a reason. But interestingly, I don't see the reverse, MFB buying a fintech. Do you understand? So I've been in innovation. I've been in innovation, trying to figure out how to stay ahead of competition and what is happening. I was the pioneer head of the product development and innovation at Airtel. I joined them as V-Mobile, changed to, it started with Econet, V-Mobile, changed to Celtel, Zain, from Zain, now it's Airtel. So a lot of changes, okay? I've also dabbled into e-commerce. E-commerce, I don't know whether any of us knows about OLX. Okay, sorry? Sell it. You are right. Instead that I was Dillfish, it was, I was the regional manager I set up the OLX in Nigeria, Ghana, and I also operated the Kenyan office. Because of what I did there, I was called to Zimbabwe to actually set up the same classifieds platform also. I've dabbled into sales and marketing. I was chief marketing officer for Secure ID. Who knows Secure ID? Okay, we do ATM cards and also, yeah. And I was also, finally, I started my own stuff. I was the group executive for Investment One Group. So where I oversaw pensions, mutual funds, private banking, all that stuff. Right now, I'm the founder of 10th Good. I'm also a consultant to the IFC, specifically on e-commerce and digital transformation. I'm a certified project manager. I'm also a product owner. Now, I would like to talk about product development and innovation. I think when we hear about product, or let me even start with this teaser. How many of us have a product development strategy? 1, 2. Now, some people, thank you very much. Some people think this is a very boring topic, but you will find out that if you are not aware of what people are doing and if you can't sweat your assets, you'll be told within a short time. Okay, so people talk about, yes, you have a corporate strategy. This is what I want to do. But you also find out that you have products that you use to communicate with your customers. But I dare say you do not have any strategy concerning those. Interesting. So if we do not have a product strategy, I don't think we have a product development process. Do we? Not necessarily. What I typically find out is that maybe when MDs like us go to Harvard, you come back and you say, Lagbaja, please, I need you to implement what I just saw in Harvard. You must give it to me within 1 month. And some of them are like, okay, so what is the value of this new product to the company? A product strategy should tell you what we will do and what we will not do. We are not supposed to follow the Joneses. We should decide that, okay, if we are focusing on a segment, maybe the youths, we will only develop products for the youths. If we are focusing on, let's say, middle income earners, we will only develop products for that particular segment. So if somebody else comes and says that, please, let's do something for the youths, you tell them, sorry, that is not part of our strategy. Do you understand? So it's very important that you have what guides you in developing products. Okay? What is product development? Okay? This is about focused on developing new products or even improving the existing products. It involves enhancing features, performance, and quality. Because you see, the environment is changing. Someone's just talked about the VUCA environment. It's volatile, uncertain. So how do you deal with this changing environment when your products are still the same and your products don't change? Now we keep hearing that the youths make up 60-something% of Nigeria. How many of us even bother about the youths? Understand that the same assets that you have, the same assets that other people are using to actually address this segment, but you still focus on a diminishing segment. How is that? Okay? We have AI. We keep hearing about AI. People say, oh, ChatGPT, all that stuff. What are we doing about that? Do we even have a strategy for that in our businesses? Or we think that, sorry, it's not going to affect us. That is what the likes of, I don't know, Blockbuster. Do we know Blockbuster? That's what, okay, Blockbuster, you know, when you rent films, okay, good old days, it's Blockbuster, okay? Good old days where you go and, you want to watch a film, you go and rent a DVD. Okay? Now, Blockbuster didn't anticipate that Netflix was going to come and overtake them. Interestingly, the CEO actually went to meet the board. Please, let's see what these guys are doing. You know what they told him? Sorry, we are making so much money from late fees. Don't bother about streaming films. But now, there is no store, there's no Blockbuster store again. Same thing happened to BlackBerry. I was the person that actually launched BlackBerry on Airtel. That time it was the coolest thing in town. Okay? If you had a BlackBerry device, you were a corporate guy. So when iPhone came, they told them, sorry, iPhone, it won't work. But guess what? Who knows about BlackBerry now? Nobody. You can also talk about Kodak. Kodak was only involved in selling films and accessories. They didn't think that the digital age will come. But now, where are they? So ask ourselves, in the next 5 years, you know, we come here for retreat. B was saying that you've been coming here since 2021. Ask yourself, if you don't change your products and your way of doing things, will you be here in the next 5 years? It's not, I'm just asking a question. You see what's happening now. The fintechs are saying, for them to start entering into your market, they buy you up. They have loads of money. Okay? But what if you sit down strategically, get a fintech and partner with them? So even if you do not have your own product development team, they can help you with product development. And it's like a symbiotic relationship. Has anybody thought about that? You may think that you are overseeing a lot, but wake up one day, it's all gone. Okay? So you need to focus on what is, he talked about what is happening in the environment. How many of us really have people looking at the environment, thinking through what will happen? What if scenarios? How many of us? What will it do to just get somebody to start doing that? Okay, yes, you are developing products for the market women. What percentage of the market women are we actually capturing? Who is the best in that? Yes, we are all seated here, but if I ask you, who is the person you aim to beat in this market? I'm sure most people will say, sorry, I'm not too familiar with your district. Maybe some people will say Action. But have you actually sat down to understand what Action does? Or you feel, don't worry, they have deep pockets, I can't beat them. What are you doing? These are questions that we need to ask ourselves. Why do you even bother about product development? One, competitive advantage. If you can develop something that only you can do, you'll be heads. You don't want to do everything that everybody is doing. Somebody opens a tire shop here. The next person opens tire shop. The next person that's opening tire shop does not even bother to think of how can I be better than even this guy that I met there. Do you understand? Look at the Chinese and look at the Americans. The Americans were thinking Chinese just come, just copy and go. But no, what did they do? They copied and made better. So you don't have to be the first person to bring out something or a new product. When I first started in Oceanic Bank, I knew at that time everybody in the banking wanted to be the first. I want to be the first to launch this. I want to be the first to launch this. But guess what? To be the first in an environment means you must have deep pockets for R&D, for innovation. The culture must be different. But I found out that we didn't have that much money because at that time, the issue of product development was just starting. So how could I tell my CEOs or my bosses that we need to have some money aside for Francis to maybe go for this seminar, for Francis to maybe engage industry? All they will tell you is, Francis, go and read newspapers. You will see what is happening in the environment. Okay? But you see, I had to go beyond that. But I told myself that even though, and that's a strategy that you will go through, even though I am not the first mover, but I am the second best follower. That was the strategy. And it helped me well. All I had to do, because I didn't have too many people with me in my department, I see what's out there, copy it, add some new features, and I'm better. So that I don't have to spend too much time involved in the R&D. That was a deliberate strategy. It wasn't something that just happened, it was happenstance. Okay? And with product value, you can also grow your revenue. Introducing new products will help you grow revenue. Okay? You have new things coming up. You have the young ones coming up. Now, look at the young ones, the millennials. They want to be able to do their banking on their phone. How many of us have working apps? Now, a few. Now, how do you think you're going to address the young guy without an app? How? Now, this guy has now even gone ahead to say, I don't just want to see my deposits. I want to be able to, take loans or do things or move my money from here and here to there. I want a bank a financial institution that can help me, that can teach me, okay, how to manage my funds. And that is something you can do any money. Do you understand? So don't just wait for debit and credit. Take 2% or 1%. No, go beyond what is readily available. We keep hearing about blockchain. We keep hearing about this thing. You may say, that doesn't concern me. I don't have anything to do with that. It will catch up with you one day. Please note. With new products, you can get new customers. Imagine if a microfinance bank starts just ridiculous. It may not be, you may say that's not your market, but just as a small example, do you know how much people spend on dogs in Nigeria? Do you know that dog hotels in Nigeria? Somebody wants to travel, he goes to put his dog in a dog hotel. Do you understand? And it's growing. You may say that, oh, that's not my district, but I'm just an example to say that things are happening. Then why are you not part of it? Okay? Improve bank performance. Do you know that introducing new products will grow your revenue and also improve your bank performance? Do you understand? And I want to be associated with that brand, that microfinance bank. What are you even doing to actually grow your brand? Why should I bank with you? Ask that question. It's not about getting money and say, okay, fine, I'm sitting on top of money and I will use that. I'll say, okay, I opened a microfinance bank. No. Why should I bank with you? Why should I even deal with you? Remember, right now, the customer is truly king. I, as a customer, I decide who I bank with. First of all, look at your situation. Within yourself, MFBs are competing with one another internally. Okay? You are also competing with the fintechs. You're also competing with the banks. Then, sorry, how would you survive? It's a brutal world out there. Sam talked about the number of MFBs that usually go down just because there's a... So, if you know that, how are you hedging against you being a number next year? Product development will make you relevant. If I decide I find a new opportunity, I address that opportunity. So that even when my customer comes in and he sees that, oh, I'm attending to this particular opportunity, they think, my MFB is a thinking entity. If you have not developed any new product for the past 2 to 3 years, please, you need to wake up. Unfortunately, sorry, I'm not being rude, but it's just the reality. You just need to wake up. What do the people out there need? You have, how many people have or are involved in agency banking? Only 3. But those guys are cleaning out. Are we involved? How are we helping them? How can we enter into that value chain? There's so many things that we need to be doing, but we're not doing. So first of all, before you start addressing all these things, I believe you should sit down and ask yourself, you need to develop a product innovation strategy. And that is a master plan that guides your business new product war efforts in the marketplace. Okay? And how do you do that? I wish I could show this, but B said he will share it. It's not just a one-day exercise. You as the CEO, first of all, must believe that you need that strategy. If you do not believe in it, even if you give somebody to do it, that person will not succeed. It's as simple as that. You need to believe in innovation. You need to believe in product development. If you do not believe, sorry, it's not going to work. The guy will start and become frustrated within 2 months. Because first, if he asks for resources, you will say, sorry, can't you see that we are bleeding? Where is he going to get it? Let him go and look for something else to do. Then after 6 months, you say, HR, please send him and let him go and bring money into the bank. Let him go and do sales. It's only when we bring in money that you'll be able to do, able to pay a salary. You have lost the plot. Your product strategy has a lot of constituents, but must be taken out of one, your corporate strategy. If your corporate strategy is to deal with market women, then your products must be market women based. If I see you operating in schools, I'll say, sorry, you don't even have the resources to address them. So what are you doing there? Okay? So the product strategy must evolve from your corporate strategy. My corporate strategy is this: I will address youths. That means that for me as the product manager or product development manager, I must design and develop products aligning with that. Whether it's tuition, whether it's allowances, anything that will make the student's life very easy. Then I analyze the market. Analyzing the market means that I must see. So I'm talking about the macro and the micro and the macro economy environment. I must understand what the market is doing. Is the market favorable to my business at all? Or I'm just surviving? Okay? I have to analyze that. We keep hearing of the PESEL, we heard of PESEL, okay? You do use that. You use the Potter's 5 forces model. Find out. Potter's 5 forces tells you, okay, 1, how easy is it to enter into this business? If it is easy to enter into this business, that's a high-risk business. MFB is a high-risk business because anybody can just enter. Do you understand? So, how will I now differentiate myself from my other competitors? That's a competitive analysis. How am I? Sorry, I keep using you, Taiwo. How am I better than Action? What must I offer to be different from another MFB? I must understand that. Then I look at my company. You do a SWOT analysis. What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? When you are talking about your weaknesses, be true to yourself. Don't tell yourself lies. Be true to yourself. What are the strengths? What are your weaknesses? Also, what are the opportunities out there? There are so many technologies coming out every day. How can I tap into those opportunities? Okay? You have machine learning. You have all these things. How can I use what I have, or how can I use machine learning or AI to actually make my credit analysis better? By the way, that's what you offer to a fintech. Somebody said just now that they have money, but they have no governance. They don't have credit analysis skills. If you sit down with a fintech and say, okay, fine, I bring this to the table, you bring that, let's make this marriage work. That's what you can do. So when you have done all that, you come up with your arenas of what we call your arenas of strategic focus. What are you going to focus on? Where are the opportunities? What are the unmet needs, the problems? Do you know some people can create products when there are no problems? They say that people are doing it. These guys are doing it, so I'll just do it. where's the problem? Okay? So, with all this, you are able to come up with your product strategy. Your product strategy includes 5 things. 1, the goals of your business product development efforts. What are the goals? What are the objectives? I want to use this to capture this market. I want to use this to grow my revenues. I want to use this to expand my market. There must be reasons, your goals. 2, the role of product development. How new products ties into your business overall goals. Will you say that every year you must have bring in a new product, develop a new product that will bring about X% of your revenue? Will you say you will grow your product revenue contribution by X amount every year? Third one is arenas of strategic focus. Where do you want to play? Your markets, your technologies, your product categories, including what you will do and what you will not do. Same thing as a credit. If you bring credit, like for example, I'm focused on oil and gas sector. If you bring something about agriculture, I will not do it. The same way you scrutinize credit is the same way you scrutinize the products that people come up with. I will not do this, period. It doesn't align with the corporate goals of this organization. And based on that, you will find out that you will need to deploy resources to those arenas. You must allocate money. I have, let's say, 0.5% dedicated to product development. And that will go into R&D. It will go into getting people to do that. Every quarter, your product development manager should be bringing reports of what is happening in your industry, what is happening outside the country. Because guess what? Because of the internet, we're a global village now. So you can't say we're only focused on what happens in Nigeria. You have to ask yourself, what if what happens elsewhere affects you? You may say, how? Ukraine war. Did it affect you? It affected Nigeria. Okay? And how will you, the fifth one, how to attack each arena in order to win? What is my plan of attack? As I said before, will I be an industry innovator or a fast follower? What will I focus on? Michael Porter says there are 3 strategy options: low cost, differentiator, or a niche player. Now, if I'm low cost, what it means is that I must reduce my cost to the barest minimum. It's not an obvious. Yes, we want to be. Want to own 2 cars, one for you, one for your wife, and all that kind of stuff. But if you are looking at differentiating yourself via cost, you must know that it's a no frills business. It's the difference between somebody entering a business class and somebody who's doing economy. You know, the food is different. Do you understand? But you want to reduce for you to reduce your cost, all those things must be done away with. If that is the way you want to, you cannot say that you want to differentiate yourself on cost, then you start spending on little things. You say, I'm a CEO, so I must have these big things. That's not how it works. And it must be seen from top to bottom. What do you want to differentiate? How do you want to be a differentiator? I will only focus on market women. So that means that in all the markets, whether in your region, they must know you. You understand? All their associations, they must know your MFB. Do you understand? Find out what brings about their pains, so that you resolve those. You see, once somebody has no business leaving you, the person will not look for another bank. It's as simple as that. Continuously delight that person. Okay? Now, Miles and Snow, a group of consultants, say that there are 4 different strategy types. And I want you in your mind now to ask yourself, where do you fall? We talked about prospectors, industry innovators. They are first with new products, first to adopt new technologies, first to respond rapidly to early signals that point to new opportunities. Those are the prospectors. Ask yourself, who are the prospectors in this room? 2, you have the analyzers, the fast followers. They monitor the major competitors or industry innovators, often able to introduce new superior products better than the prospector's product, but they are rarely the first to market. If that is your strategy, please stay there, because you know that you don't have too much, you don't have deep pockets. Okay? There's nothing about it. I don't want to be first to do this, first to do this. At the end of the day, my balance sheet is telling me something different. The third one, defenders. They attempt to locate and maintain a niche in a relatively stable product or market area. They protect that domain by offering higher quality, superior service, or lower prices. Choose the one that you want. A lot of people going to commercial banks, a lot of people were not bothered about. I remember when I was into some small businesses. I wanted to open an account with Zenith. Then he said, sorry, if you don't have 250,000 or so, don't bother coming to me. Meanwhile, I had some other people that I could deal with. Fast forward some years later, then he said, I don't even need 1,000. I just opened the account. Understand that there was a change, because they understood that they were losing a lot. Because those ones that started with people like us, you understand, we grew with them. Okay? And if that company, if that bank continues to offer me superior service, excellent service, there's no way I'm going to look at Zenith Bank. Do you understand? And that brings us to another thing. Excellent service at all times. Because that can also be your differentiating factor. The last one, reactors. Reactors have no clear strategy. They don't even know what's happening. They just follow. When I wear belly face, as they say. Okay, so is doing this, let's do that. So is doing this, let's do that. At the end of the day, they're confused. You won't stand for something. No clear strategy, not as aggressive in maintaining established products and markets as competitors. They respond only when forced to by strong external or market pressures. They will only respond if maybe CBN tells them, okay, you must do this. If not, they sit down there. So you have to determine where you fall. Okay? Now, we talked about the product strategy. I wish I could show this now. After developing a strategy, you must now have a process. How do I develop products? MD says, okay, fine. I need this youth product tomorrow, within 1 week. Because Lagbaja is doing that. I remember when telecoms, when I was head of products, you develop one, when I was Airtel, you develop one product, and we had a competitor at that time. The next day, they will just change the color of my product, put it out there, they have it. Go and ask them, they'll say, coming soon. Do you understand? So, If you don't have a process, you'll be in trouble, because you know what's going to happen. You develop the product, then midway there's a problem and you don't know how to fix it because you actually clearly have not touched it through. You okay? Now, if you talk to we have different ways, but two key methods of process, product development process are: one, it's called the stage gate process or the waterfall process. Stage gate process or the waterfall process. And the second one is agile approach. I'm sure some of us will be hearing agile. Well, you may say, how does it affect my business? Sorry, it doesn't affect my business. It's just leave it like that. But there's a difference. And I try to explain this without my slides. Now, the waterfall is what has been predominant. That's what I started with in my product development days. When I started product development, there was no agile. I started with product development. What it meant was that they have like 4 or 5 gates. First of all, people come around and come up with ideas. People generate ideas through different ways. Then you do a small feasibility study on it. Which one will pass our test? Once you get that, you get approval from, let's say, a product committee. Please go ahead with this product. Thereafter, you are now told, we want to now invest resources to actually do, let's say, a market analysis and all that stuff about that product. You now do that. Once you see it is now viable, because there's a difference between being feasible and being viable. Once it is now viable, you now build a business case. A business case is done by the product development person sitting down with all the stakeholders, the risk person, the sales person, customer service, all of them. You sit down with them and say, okay, fine, this is the product. Let's go through it and see, will it make business sense? The finance person will tell you, okay, fine, what is the ROI? What is the NPV? Is it above our hurdle rate? Now, the hurdle rate is a rate that you set in-house to say, if this product does not do better than this rate, we are not doing it. It can be, you can think of it as, let's say, if I develop this product and this is the return on investment, okay? Return on investment. I compare it with me putting that money in possibly a mutual fund or a savings account. Okay? So if it's not doing more than 15 or 25 or 25%, I am not doing. When you subject that to all that, you now come up with a business case. You now proceed and say, CEO, this is one new product we want to introduce. The CEO, of course, will ask you, how much money will it make? And of course, they will ask you, when will we break even? Okay? Once you've answered all that, you now go and test it and validate all what you have done. Okay? If it's developing an app, you now say, okay, fine, IT guys, please, let's develop this app to get these youths. Of course, you must have set performance matrix for this app. You must say that you must give it some targets. Within the next 6 months, it must have gotten at least 10,000 users. When you set up those performance matrix, you are able to measure the performance of that app, that product. Okay? So you set up all those performance matrix after you've done your testing and your validation before you now launch. So there is a process. There is a defined process. That is the waterfall. So you start from the beginning, when you talk about all the customers and everything, till the end. You don't change, and you don't
change it frequently. Okay? But you now have the agile. Agile says that during testing, I don't want to complain, but during testing, I can continuously change it. I will send out a part of it. Take, for instance, I want to develop a mobile app. Okay? I start by developing the fact that it can show me my balances. That is first point. If you can do that one, I now go again and say, so I'll be able to move from my current to my savings. So I'm doing it stage by stage. I'm sorry, phase by phase. That's agile. Okay, so the difference is that one is cast from the beginning to the end, you don't change much. But the agile is you keep looking at it, they call it iteration, keep checking it. That's just the difference. But what I have found out from experience that works is that you use a hybrid of stage gate, waterfall, and agile. That is what will give you the best result. Okay? Because things are constantly changing. Okay? In this article, you can't afford to just be static. So, let's look at some product development strategies for income growth. I'll just give you a bit of what I think. First one, focus on high demand products. If we ask ourselves, you need to ask yourself, what are the products that I have the high demand in our organization now? What can I do to increase the demand? Do you have loans that are targeted towards maybe education, agriculture? Is that what is working in your environment? How can I increase the number of people that are requesting for this particular product? That's what you start thinking about. If you have savings accounts, what do I do to increase number of savings accounts? Now, if I look at, I say, why should I save? Interest rate is that is that. Why should I save? You must find out what you need to do to make people keep money in your institution. Okay? We talk about micro insurance products. I know it's hard, but you are allowed to do it. Are you partnering with an insurance company to provide it? I remember when I was in telco, we combined the use of, when you use your credit, okay, part of it, you keep money aside to pay for your micro insurance. So how are you actually, when I was in Zimbabwe, they really used to focus a lot on funeral insurance because funeral is a big deal there. So what you had was that some financial institutions will partner with these funeral homes to make available money for that particular event. Do you understand? Now that is in their own climate. Insurance here, what do we need insurance for? Okay? Even pensions, micro pensions. How can you partner with people to help them to collect pensions? If you are dealing with the bottom of the pyramid, they don't keep their money in bulk like that. It comes in trickles. How can you convince somebody to set some money aside? It is hard, but if they see value for it, they will do it. Okay? Focus on high demand products. Increase accessibility and convenience. I do not have to go to your branch to do business with you. Please. I can't remember when last I went to my own bank, commercial bank. I do transfers, I do everything. So if I do not go to my commercial bank and you say I should open an account with you, why should I go to your branch? Do you understand? If I can get access to my account via my phone, whether it's if I SMS or if you have an app, just let me have access. Even if you start with it, if I send SMS to this and I get my account balance, that is something to start with. Partner with a telco and they will do that. The way you get your NI, your NIN. Do you understand? If that is readily available to the market person, will that person want it? Ask ourselves, it's just 20 naira. All the person want to do, okay, let me check whether there's still money in my account. Star to this thing. 20 naira. Okay, I can part with that. I know my account, this thing. Agent banking networks. How do you partner with agent banking networks to spread your reach? You know those agents, they are everywhere. Is there a law stopping you from partnering with them? If you partner with them, would that extend your reach? That increases accessibility and convenience. Okay? Upselling and cross-selling. How do you bundle products from your industry with products from another industry to sell to a customer? Look at what the customer. So what you need to sit down. You need to sit down and look at the customer and say, what does this customer need on a daily basis? Not just only financial products. Okay? This person needs insurance. Okay. This person needs money to send her child to school. Okay. This person needs a small overdraft to buy some foodstuffs. Okay. This person has this. See how you can bundle all that into a product. Do you understand? Loyalty programs. I think someone else talked about it before. What kind of loyalty programs can you implement to let somebody continuously do business with you? Okay? These things are not rocket science, but the thing is that we have to be intentional about introducing new products. If you're not intentional, it won't work. Data-driven product development. Your IT. How many times do you take decisions based on what your IT people give you? Is anybody even looking at that data? Every week, I remember I was in Airtel. Every week, I was head of value-added services, vice president of value-added services. I was monitoring 40 VAS providers. Every Monday, I get results of what they had done the last week. If I see blue, that means, oh, if I see green, I'm happy. If I see red, I'm saying, how am I going to explain this at ESCO meeting today? Do you understand? Even if I see green and it's abnormal, I have to still explain it. That's data. I'm taking decisions based on data. How many of us actually look at our data? We say that, okay, fine, this particular region is bringing more money. What are they doing there? How can I increase what they are bringing? That's the way it should be. If you see something going up, how can I increase it? If you see something going down, how can I stop it from going down? That should be your mindset at all times. Okay? And the last one for product development is embrace fintech partnerships. It's very important. If you cannot do away with them, join them. Fintech partnerships. Do not see them as your enemies. I was in Kenya when I went to do a business, something for a bank, ISC. They were looking at how to reduce the onboarding time
for fintechs onto their system. That's a bank. Okay? Because they knew that the fintechs brought fast resolution of, new technologies, new products, and they are very, very fast. How can they get them? How can they work with them? Because they knew that those guys were slowly inching into their customer base and ultimately their money. So what stops us from saying, okay, fine, identify one fintech and see. You may say, oh, they're not regulated. Calm down. Help them to get regulated. You understand? By partnering with you. You can even buy them, or just partner with them. If you don't have an in-house product development unit, let them be your product development unit. So you don't have to spend too much money on that. On that again. Now, what you bring to the table is that you have good credit analysis skills. They don't have it. That is why they call it MPR or so is very high. So they lend so much money, they get how many go back? What percentage goes back? A very high percentage. But when you sit down with them and calm them down, work with them, you have a beautiful product developed from that marriage. Now in all this, yes, you have set up your product development, you have your product development team or so, but ask yourself, how do we get people to think about innovation all the time? How do you get people to be aware that innovation is key in this, our business? It has to do with the innovation culture. And that starts from the top. Because you need to understand that if it doesn't start from the top, people will not follow through. So every third statement, we have to be innovative. How can we get innovative ideas in? You have to start thinking of, okay, if you get the innovative ideas in, will I be rewarded for bringing these innovative ideas? Do you understand? So the culture must be there. Get people to think about innovation. Don't let it just be that the senior people, the CEO is the only one with the ideas. Nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. If we all sit down here, maybe somebody, the lowest person in the office, might bring up the best idea. Or maybe he says something that will make another person think of something else and we get the best idea. What we want are good ideas. We don't care about who brings it. That is, so when people start thinking like that in an organization, that means there's freedom to do what they want. And two, in as much as you come up with these products, there's what you call failing fast. Do not kill the people that come up with products that do not work. So if you work using a hybrid of a hybrid product development process, if it fails, it's only a small portion that fails. You don't hit the person on the head to say that sorry, you failed, sack everybody. No. Do you understand? That person must have learned from his failure, correct? And the person will do better. That means the person knows one other way that this thing will not work. So keep the person. Okay? Of course, please, I know the rich people will say you must have controls. Yes, you must have controls. Okay? And when you have all these ideas, don't just keep them and do nothing. Because if you do that, people will say, we brought 20 ideas. CEO has not done anything about it. Or CEO will say, we don't have money. So what will happen is that people will stop bringing ideas. Okay? And cultivate external relationships. There's no reason why banks or financial institutions cannot engage with maybe the likes of LBS, the likes of other institutions in different districts, trying to get the best out of that industry. I like the fact that there's a think tank here focused on what we should have, we can make microfinance banks do better in this environment. But guess what? It doesn't stop here. Why don't you individually just go and partner with other institutions? You get a lot more value. And please hire the best and fast. You know that right now it's hard to keep people. You know it's an employee's market now. Okay. So how are you going to hire the best and keep the best? I believe you will hear that tomorrow from Dr. Ami Baba. How to retain talent, how to retain talent. Because it is not easy. If you think that gone are the days where the companies were the bosses. No. You have the employees that are bosses now. You can have one guy doing 2 or 3 jobs. And if you shout at him, how much are you even paying me? I beg you. He's gone. Do you understand? That's what's happening. Now, how would you train somebody for so long, then just allow him go? Do you understand? It's something, see, let me be frank with you. You are CEOs. Nobody will stay with you forever. They know they're not going to be CEOs. So don't kid yourself. This guy is loyal. Left out. The day it is right, he will move. But you need to see that every person has goals and aspirations. The company has goals and aspirations, correct? Yes. If there's no congruency between the guy's goals and the company's goals, there's no loyalty. Don't kid yourself. Now, how can you want that? How can you get that person to be loyal to you? Understand that you need to also invest in that person. How do you invest? Don't say, I know that someone said, okay, anytime there's small turbulence, we don't have money to train you. You can train yourself. Go to Google. You will read everything. The guy will look at you. Okay, no problem. I will do Google. When I want to go, it's the same Google that will show me the new job. Do you understand? Invest in them. If you say you want, if they want shares, give them small shares. You can't have everything. 100% of nothing is what? Nothing. But if I know, even if it's phantom shares whereby, yes, I have the shares, but if I have to go, I will lose the shares. But even if I have shares like that, there is this thing that will make me think twice before I say I'm going. So invest in your people. Okay? Don't think of the fact that as CEOs, when you were coming up, you suffered. Yes, nobody gave you anything. That was those days. We are now in today. Most of these things I've talked about them. How you increase income growth, also gamification. Well, if we have not done apps, so how would we talk about gamification? Now, you know that youths like playing games on their phones, correct? Now, how do you get a guy to do financial, do financial transactions and make it look like a game that he's playing? I'm the topmost now on the leaderboard. Okay? Like, you know, some people play fantasy football. Who plays fantasy football? Okay. Please, don't think that you are old. We are not old. Less, the children will show you. Do you understand? Make it look as if the guy is playing a game and is interested. Guess what? With the right financial literacy, the right financial education, that guy will remain with you. You understand? If anybody is focused on the youth, how many times do you send newsletters to them saying that Do you know this? Do you know that? Do you know that? You need to continue engaging them. I can do that with gamification. We talk about financial literacy workshops. How many of us offer financial literacy workshops to empower clients? How many? I mean, the likes of B. Has any of you called in to say, B, I want to do financial literacy for this set of people? The women in the market, or this. Invest in the people. When you invest in them, the people will not leave you. Okay? I talk about the youth, so I won't talk much again. Open innovation. Sorry?
The youth of these days.
Yes. Oh, you can't engage them?
No. When you invest in them,
sorry.
We have experience, so no.
See, guess what? If you don't, guess what? You don't have an alternative. Seriously. You don't have an alternative. If you don't invest in them, what happens? They will still leave.
No, I believe in investing in them. What I'm saying is that the investment in them does not keep them more. Yeah. This youth of these days.
But you are quite right. But it's better than not investing in them. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. To make you relevant, they will think twice before they say, okay, let me leave this person. Do you understand? And they will forever remember you. Now, also, how many of us are involved in partnerships with NGOs? All these Ford Foundation, all these people. In South Africa, you find out that's how they give grants to the indigent people. How many of us have partnered with the likes of Ford Foundation, all this Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? Because if you know the people, there's no reason why one of us cannot write a proposal to say, this is what I want to do for the indigenous people of Lakbasa area. I'll say that based on that, I can do this. Are you not sure that they're going to give you something? I work with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation through IFC, where we're doing financial inclusion. And I can tell you there's a lot of money there. But if you don't go to them and show them what you can do, how will you get these funds? Do you understand? I think I want to round up now because my time is nearly spent. But about diversification, just quickly run through this diversification. There are 3 types of diversification. Market diversification. If you see you are focusing on one segment, focus on another one. Product diversification. So what do you do beyond loans? Do you do invoice factoring? Talk about micro insurance. Channel diversification. I know of a bank in South Africa. I know that, of course, there's a regulation concerning the number of outlets you should have or branches you should have. But how can you increase your channels without flouting that rule? Through your mobile. Do you understand? I talk about strategic partnerships. You partner with NGOs, fintechs. That will help you in your business. I think that brings me to the end. I don't want to bore you out, but that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Questions, please. I hope I get it. Questions, please, or clarifications.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for that session. I think it ran really deep. I think the part I just wanted a bit more clarification on would be around ROI. How do you really estimate ROI for a product or a technology solution you are trying to deploy, where the value may not necessarily come in naira and kobo, may just be better usage for your customers, improve the experience for your customers and things like that. So I don't know if you could touch a bit more on that.
What you will find is that I remember when I went to launch ATMs in Oceanic Bank. At that time, ATMs were going for $25,000 a machine. And when I did the figures, you will only get to even break even after like 8 to 9 years. But what I did was that, because the CEO always want to see naira and kobo, forget that. So you don't kid yourself. So I looked at the cost savings. I said that for my business case, I said, if we replace new branches with ATMs, we will save a lot in terms of lease, rentals, people, staff, electricity, everything. Okay? Gen, everything. So when you place that side by side, what happens is that you have cost savings. Okay? You have to quantify it. Do you understand? So when you build that into your model, you find that then also we had to put an ATM in Cadbury. Okay? See what happened. The Cadbury MD said that when his salary time, half of the staff will just leave and they said, I go to bank. The factory will be left with nobody attending to it. What if we put an ATM there? For the CEO, it made more sense. People didn't have to leave the premises. One, better customer service. Two, we use that to get more money into our account. So you have to quantify, one, cost savings and possible increased revenue. So when you do all that, you find out that it will make good business sense. And guess what happened? Let me finish the story. He's here. So when I first made the presentation, I went with Mitchell Elegbe. Elegbe used to be at Telnet. He was the one selling me the ATMs. So when we did a presentation, the head of risk, those are if you're a product manager or product development person, the risk person is your enemy. You have to know how to manage that person. The risk person said, ATMs in Nigeria, somebody will come and use Caterpillar to carry the thing. It can't work. My mouth was literally on the floor. I'm like, these are people who have traveled. How will somebody come and use Caterpillar to carry the thing? And I learned something about product development. When you want to introduce a new thing, please understand the kind of people that are your stakeholders and go and meet them one-on-one to discuss with them. I learned that. I was young in my product development days. So because she said that and she was a highly respected person in the bank, every other person agreed. That was the end. Then guess what happened? 1 month later, as I came into the office and I dropped my bag, my CEO calls me. Francis, how did you allow Zenith Bank to launch ATM first? You can't tell your CEO that, but I told you that. You understand? But that gave me the approval to go ahead and launch the ATMs. So you will find, what I'm trying to also tell you is that sometimes even if you have to quantify what your savings, okay, that's one. Then two, you meet a lot of resistance from people within, Okay? Because some of them don't understand it. And as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If I'm still making money, why introduce a new thing? So fear of the unknown is also there. Hope I've answered your question.
HR, thank God tomorrow we'll be looking at attracting and retaining talent in a challenging environment.
Yeah.
But now that you've mentioned it, because the truth is this, from our own experience, because we talk about succession planning, you recruit all these young age people to understudy, you train them, you give them the best. When they want to leave, they even give you short notice. I have a lot of experiences like that. Either they are jackbanning or they want to go to a better place. The truth is, in fact, one left recently in my IT that even though somebody I knew, he couldn't face me. It's the person that introduced me that had to call me. That this person wants to leave, he doesn't have to tell me because of what I've done and all the rest. And I said, I can't force you to stay. If you want to go, go. But the truth is, no matter what you do, we keep training them, keep doing it. But the challenge I'm having is, because I was in another training when one IT head in a commercial bank said his own strategy is to recruit as much as 9 or 8 to that department. So at that department, 5 left at the same time, so you still have reserve. But as a microfinance man that you are looking at your cost, can you put 2 people where you know that the cost is there because you know somebody may leave, so that I can still have 1 person? So how do you solve that problem?
I'm not an HR person, but I can tell you from what I know. To be frank with you, you can't stop them, but it also depends on the way you treat them. Do you understand? I've been a senior person too, but what I tell people is that I know you will leave. I can't keep you, but please give me notice, so that when you want to leave, I can get somebody to replace you. Then most of us talk about succession planning. How many of us really do succession planning? You don't keep people there to understudy people. No, because as you are saying that one, HR. When you see HR costs, you say, how many people? Why do you want 4 people there when 2 people can do it? Please remove the other 2 people. At the end of the day, you really do not have to do succession planning. So I'm not an expert, but from the little I know, that is 1. Then 2, I try to automate most of what I do. I automate what I do to reduce the dependency on human beings. I'm an IT person. I'm an IT person. I'm a technology person. So I try to do that. Else, they go for your hand, as they say. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Frank. Thanks. Okay, we can see even the room is getting hotter. When I was looking for the logo game, it's called the logo game. So when I was looking for the one to use, we had one that we used before, which is actually filled with so many foreign brands. But I wanted something that we could relate to that is Nigerian. And I came across this one, which is something that was put together by a mentee of mine. And I asked her permission if we could use it. And she said, yes, it's okay. So I decided that I'm going to record it so that it's on record that I didn't plagiarize. It's a brand game. And what we're going to do is in 2 minutes, we'll identify the brands that are here. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Are we ready? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We have 20 brands represented here. All of them customers of a particular company called Allo Consult. So the first one is bonus for everybody, is Allo Consult. Okay? So let's start. Are you ready? Your time starts now. 2 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time up. Yes, in fact, we are 25 seconds over. All right, I want you to exchange the paper with your neighbor, and then we'll mark it.
Eh? Exchange the paper with your neighbor. So the first one is bonus for everybody. Is who? Allo Consults, okay? The next one, the yellow with the Glovo, thank you. Then the next one, Captain Sanders, KFC. The next one in the green one, the green logo. So it's Gino. See, the men don't know him. Okay, so we'll go back again to the other end. The A that you are there is actually a lifestyle brand, but it's not Atella. It's Allo Fashion. And then the next one right under it, UBA. Then the next one, the orange with the star. Jumia, thank you. Then after that, Domino's Pizza. Then Total Energies. Right underneath that, MTN. Beside it, Bama. That one is a bonus for everybody. Pepsi. Next to it, Hyundai. Next to it, Cowrywise. Thank you. Next to it, Konga. To the extreme right, Owando. Thank you. Then come back to this place, this Dangote, and then in the middle, thank you. Oh yeah, mark it and give your neighbor scores. All right, thank you so much. I'd like to call on the chairman to give us an intro to the next session.
If you check our choice of teams beyond balance sheet, beyond product innovation, beyond a BE's exam, we introduce a few things. Corporate governance. We introduce some other things. Let's learn from somebody who started from scratch to building a business empire. Definitely without getting Axiom money or LACPO money, but starting an indigenous entity with no dollar or pound support, with no stock exchange support. How have they been able to do it? You can see that it's a well-structured program. What are the other sources of funds that we have that we want to chase? You know, the man from LBS this morning spoke about use retainer name. Don't share your balance sheet. Go for equity. Is it that easy? Is it that easy? But those things they taught us is to challenge us. It's for us to know other ways of doing it better. We now want to hear from, hey, those who have done it. How have they done it? No wonder we are bringing the man you want to hear from, Chief Kola Koshile, to come and say, don't just be under the table. How did he say it again, Mr. Guride? He said you should throw away the box. Aha. He wants to come and talk about it again, to ginger us to knowing how to do it. So we are just starting the retreat. The next presentation, the next session, please watch it. We are looking at the 3 transformation stages of our sector: before, now, and the future. Look out for the choice of the panelists. You will not know that they are carefully chosen. They will be discussing on peer review. You will see what has worked. You will hear from the financial empire, the financial giant, to speak. And you also hear from some of us who are just coming up that will speak. It's going to be a very interesting session. Let's look out for them. Barrister Kehinde Burema, please. Dr. Adegoke Adegbami, Mrs. Mopejuola Faloye Atungbayila. We have Mr. Azuka. You know, when you see Azuka, you smell money. We have the first bank of our environment. Taiwo Joda, please, we want to have you here. TJ. Mr. Bumi Adio Ogunide of Langwood, Ogun State, is also joining us.
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are doing here on this other side of the table today is actually experience sharing. We are doing a peer review. What has worked in action? What has worked in Infinity? What is not working in Global? And what will work in Main Street? Experience has also shown that, yeah, most of the English that we've been speaking since yesterday, a lot of us can sit down and read. But sometimes when you come in contact with experience, you can't forget that. Yes, do this, take care of your liability, reduce your cost, and do all those things. In a challenging economy, you can get this answer. It's different from, this is what I did when I was doing my product development. This is the stages we went through, practical, and this is what we got. So you will permit me, because I'm just a moderator, you will permit me to add one more point to it. What we are asked to do here is that what has worked in this our sector, you also agree with me that, like the chairman said, we have three transformation that has happened in this our subsector. One, pre-microfinance, which was community bank era, during which is the microfinance, and now we are beginning to have a marriage that is blessed by CBN and by what is happening in the economy, which is fintech, microfinance. And that is three transformation stages. But we need to know, we are here, a lot of things that we need to consider. We've been told to work on our equity, liability, all those things that in a challenging economy we can get more out and we can survive it. So we have all those points. Some of us have jotted it down. But my question line this afternoon that we want to discuss. Number one question, which I want to ask for them, for my panelists to dwell on. They are going to tell us the strategies that they've implemented to grow their balance sheet in the past years, and whether those strategies have been successful. My colleagues who are here, should I start from my left or from my right? Left. Ladies first. Gender balance. So I will ask my sister who is on my left to open the floor so that we'll respect the Beijing conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Val. And I would like to break this down a little bit. Talking about strategies that have worked for us in the past to grow our balance sheet. One, if you're talking about a balance sheet, you're looking at your assets and your liabilities and equities. So how are we growing? What does it even mean to us? For assets, for instance, for a microfinance bank, the biggest chunk of your assets is your risk assets. Of course, many other things, but high level. How have we grown our risk asset base? For us, we try as much as possible not to focus too much on the quantitative side. Whilst we're chasing quantity, we're also focusing on the quality of those assets, because that's what's important for us. For Pecan, for instance, it's an owner-managed business, so it becomes even much more important. We're not entirely about the size, and we're not in competition with, we're in competition, but we're not in unhealthy competition with other MFBs. We really want to make profit for shareholders. So having that back of our minds, we're very particular about the quality of our assets. So if I hear that you have 10 trillion and I have 1 billion or 100 million, it's okay, provided I have I'm going to get that money back. That's what's important to me. Now, in terms of liability, a strategy we've deployed is look for patient liability. Because as a microfinance bank, you cannot, the fact of the matter is that no matter how we look at it, as of today, we still do not compete favorably with commercial banks, except for technology. But when it comes to trust, when it comes to longevity and customers' peace of mind with your funds, they rather give it to a commercial bank. That's the truth of the matter. Unless you have other services, which is what we are. I mean, it's one of the reasons we've arranged this retreat, to understand that we have a leverage if we can see it. Now, talking about the liability generation, we've been looking at patient liability, starting from our equity. Funds that we raise for the business, we want to make sure it's patient, from investors that understand the microfinance sector, so that as we get the funds, they are not in a hurry, they're not looking for quick funds. So as a microfinance bank, you get investors that are looking to cash out in 6 months. You've gotten the wrong investments. Now, for customers, and I would like to wrap up that way, for customers' liability, we look for those that understand our business and are not in for quick, I just want to get the money, get high interest rates and go. People that want to partner with us, people that understand the product, people that want to grow with us. It doesn't rule out the fact that we have smaller customers that just want to do this for a short time, but on a high level, we try to make sure that the portfolio is balanced that way, not focusing on just one, but making sure we have a balanced portfolio. So just to recap, in managing our balance sheet, we've been trying as much as possible to ensure that we look at all factors, not just focus on one. Risk asset, LC risk asset, liability, stable liability, so that we don't run out as an organization. I'll stop there for now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You can see the way, like I said, it's experience we are sharing here. So it's only one way that comes to ilaji. The different ways we are coming from different places, but eventually we are here. So you can hear from what they are doing in Pecan, and that's what they have done in order to grow their balance sheet. I think I should also ask Azuka your point toward that.
Thank you very much, Presido. So for us at the Bank of Industry, we also have a microfinance bank. So it's a unique proposition for us. It will surprise you, but the first thing we did was to partner with some technology incubation centers, research institutes, that they have ideas, but they don't have the funding to commercialize them. That was the first thing we did. And it has paid off within Lagos alone. And of course, you know that they are scattered everywhere in Lagos. There are research institutes, incubation centers, and so they have, should I call them patents? They have people who have ideas, local ideas, and we've been able to identify that if I put money into this, I can actually drive my loan portfolio with it, and we've done that successfully. We've also partnered with commercial banks. So you are aware that not all commercial banks are MSME friendly. No matter how they tell you, no matter what they put out there, you know that there are a certain amount of loans they are not willing to give out. So there's nothing, we are not on any high horse. They are our friends. We reach out to them, and we have partnerships with them in BOI. There are transactions that we do together. So give this to my microfinance bank. Those are small loans, but we've used them to drive our balance sheets. And it has paid off tremendously. Now, there are also some niche businesses in Lagos that is that people are worried to do them, or they are not aware of their existence, or they don't have enough knowledge, and they are all in the markets. They are scattered everywhere. So we take them in clusters, not group lending now. We pick those businesses in clusters. And before you know what is going on, in say 2-3 locations, you are giving out 200 million each to those locations. What about schools? Schools, both secondary and tertiary institutions, they're driving certain projects. They have cooperatives, We've identified them, partnered with them, and it has paid off. I will leave the others who have used technology immensely to talk about technology. So I'll stop there for now. The things that we use to expand our balance sheet. Thank you.
You can see an interplay of a quality asset, reducing unnecessary liabilities, to products and development, products, services, research. All this combined together can also help your organization, your own bank to improve your balance sheet. I think I will move to the next question before I call other panelists. Please, if you have your question, be jotting it down. As soon as we are done, there will be a time for question and answer for us to respond. Can the panelists that I will call now share some specific challenges you've encountered in trying to increase income resilience, and how have you addressed them? And I think I will start that this time around from my right. Mr. Joda, that's Action. If you can say one or two things to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'll share two experience very quickly on the challenges we've had in trying to grow income resilience. The first is with a bid to diversify and bring in digital products. And so in 2019, 5 years ago, we introduced the first end-to-end digital product. And we partnered with Minds.io. Minds.io later became, I don't know what name they became, but we partnered with Minds.io. And we were working with them. We can just call them a fintech. And the first thing I noticed was the unwillingness of the fintechs to play in a level playing field. So the first challenge was picking the right partner to grow with. And I want us to note that. And this is what happened. We provided the capital. They were to provide the technology. And in providing the technology, we moved on into the market. And at the point of, there was an agreement that they were to give us certain data and we had to provide certain information, which they failed to do in the SLA. So we had customers, even though we had given our loans to them, that we could not run KYC on. And CBN came, that was 2018, sorry. CBN came in 2019, and we had to close almost 20,000 accounts, which they requested that we close because the documentation were not complete, because our partners was unwilling to give us the documentation. That led us in Axia Microfinance Bank to come up with what we call the partnership policy. And we define the partnership policy and also define the kind of partners, whether fintech or any other one, that we can shake hands with. The second lesson from that is that when you're going into partnership with who is bigger than you can be sure that you have very little say. So you must be very careful in going into partnership. That was the first major challenge in trying to grow balance sheets. The second one was also around technology. And so we decided on our own, we built our own platform. And when we built our platform, we gave out loans on the platform. And if you give me 1 minute, I'll say this. When we gave out loans on the platform, we developed our USSD, we developed internet banking, we developed mobile mobile banking. And by 2018, we've had our USSD, we've had mobile banking, we've had internet banking. But we were not prepared for cyber attack. And up till today, we had to shut down our internet banking because most of those cyber attacks came through the web. And when we eventually, looking forward, when we considered the footfall and the number of our customers that were using the internet banking compared to mobile app, we realized that they were just less than 20%. And they were also still using the mobile app. So the number of cybercrime is actually more on internet banking. And we had to shut it down. And at a point, the gross loan loss to total portfolio was up to about 72%. The only thing that happened was that we were careful and we have limited the amount of money that we want to use to test the waters at that point in time. So in using technology to drive business growth, I like to encourage my colleagues that you can look at the two sides of the divide. Technology or digital as an enabler to your business, which is essential, and digital as a product, which may not necessarily be essential. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for that.
Challenges. I'm sure if I ask my colleagues here, what are the challenges we are facing in this subsector? I'm sure if I start from here, everybody will have one challenges, and they might not be the same thing. But we have to prune it down. It can't be too much. I know that challenges in terms of default rates. I know the inflation. A lot has been said about that. Like the speaker this morning, it's a challenge. Even common alerts, which is technology. Customers might not want to embrace that. But that, I want my partner, Mr. Bumi, to also shed light on how have you been able to surmount some of these challenges and still remain afloat in the business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think before I address that, I want to walk us through our own journey. Essentially, at Landgold, we have actually been involved in all the phases: community banking, microfinance framework, and the fintech era. So I'm glad to inform you that we have survived it all through. We started with 5 million naira as community bank. Then as we are just about finding our feet, the microfinance framework came up in 2005. We settled with that. We scaled to that from 5 million naira to 20 million naira. Then later the categorization, tier 1, tier 2, state and national. By the grace of God, we showed our face too. We still survived. So basically for us, it has been to make the customer the center of our focus. Our business model and the value proposition has been centered around the customers. We are customer-centric. We were always in the market because, like I said, in Ogun State, we are not running, but like our regulator told us, if you cannot run, make sure you walk. If you cannot walk, make sure you crawl. But keep moving. And I can assure you, you have been moving. Now to speak to the challenges. Incidentally, the CBN regulator that was at my bank's routine audit, the last routine audit, is also here. She can attest to the fact that to even navigate our area is almost impossible. Road infrastructure is practically dead. You recall Agbado Market, which used to be a melting pot for Lagos, Ogun, and the Republic of Benin markets, was taken away because of to give way for the railway line. So we had to really shut down market. But at every point in time, we had always been in the minds of the customers to make sure that we are always redesigning our products to meet the needs of our customers. So our service delivery, channel deliveries are a combination of both physical and digital. They also try to develop our own mobile app. We are not on what do you call it, that you go and download from the Play Store. We can't afford Play Store. Like I said, we don't run. We are working, but we are working smartly. So we have always been ensuring that whatever the challenge, we want to know, ours is to know what challenges our customers facing and to make sure that we design products to solve those challenges.
Thank you.
I think I will move a bit quick because we have only 1 hour, although we bet for 1.5 hours by program, but we are giving 1 hour. So I'd like to ask Dr. Adegoke, which technology investment have proven most effective in enhancing the operations of Main Street Microfinance Bank and financial stability?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Now, let me give like a background. Now, we're talking about growing balance sheets and income resilience. I agree with the fact that if you don't do both, it's a matter of time, you'll be out of business. My accounting professor told me that a business can continue in perpetuity so long that that business is breaking even. Even if you are not making profit, every year you are breaking even, you can continue in perpetuity. But he said, if you are making loss, even if it's 1 naira, it's a matter of time. So the income is important, the balance sheet is also important. And the reality of today is that if your balance sheet is too small, you will find it difficult to be able to continue in business, particularly because of the cost of running business today. So these are very important. Now, in our own case, we have done a few things, both in terms of technology and also in trying to build our balance sheet. In fact, we see that trying to adopt new technology is to help us increase our balance sheet size and also build income resilience, either giving us opportunity to diversify or increase our capacity to actually generate income. I remember that in the life of our own organization, we started by trying to use technology from day one. Far back in 2009, what we call agency banking now, we brought it. Only 2 of us as microfinance banks had what we call POS, which we gave to our officers to go to the field to be able to do collection. And it helped. It helped us to check fraud. It increased the rate at which we do business, the speed. In fact, it had biometric capability that time. Of course, at the time, we started having problem with the officers who say, because you use mobile network, you use SIM. So they say, when they go to some places, there are no services. So we talked to our technology providers. They enabled us to be able to use 2 SIMs. But even with that, we have our officers started complaining, so we had to shut it down. I was surprised. Well, some years down the line, I just saw something that is going, and they say it's agency banking. And when I check it, it's what we started in 2009, that we have to abandon at one point or the other. Now, the point here is that every step that we take
every good step will come with its own challenge. It is like, all of us, we used to believe that our uncles, we used to think they are rich. And that's why any of your uncle that is in Lagos that doesn't bring money for you, you don't like the person because you think they are well-to-do. When you are trying to be big, you think that when you are big, you eliminate the problem. But when you are big, it comes with its own problem. Sometimes it is bigger than the problem you face when you are small. So we have used the issue of POS. It has helped us. Now we have come back to it in the name of agency banking. And the idea is that this can help us to reach customers that we will not naturally reach, people who will not come to the banking hall. And you do it in such a way, your agents, they are not actually your staff, they are actually like your partner, or like you call them agents. So the core responsibility that you have on staff, you don't have it on them. So that has worked, is working, it has its own challenge. Now, the current agency banking that we are doing, what I observed is that the software we are using is outsourced. We certainly discovered that up to 90% of the income on the activities we are doing is actually going to the software provider and our own core banking application provider. So we have to say, oh, what's the problem? Then they say, oh, you must acquire your home. By the time you check the amount it's going to take you to acquire your home, is exorbitant. And I asked the team, okay, justify, if we acquire our home, how long does it take us to be able to recoup this money? No, they can't do that. They are just saying, okay, let us acquire so that we can be making money. So it's a challenge. Now we now have to resort to, are there ways we can do this same thing in a way that we increase our margin and we achieve what we want to achieve? We drive volume. We have gotten about 2 proposals which we are looking at, which I think it can help us along that line. Of course, somebody has talked about the mobile banking, which we had early enough, as far back as 2019. And I want to say that categorically, that helped us during the COVID period, because at a point it becomes the only route between us and our customers. And it helps us to keep a lot of our customers. Today, I discovered there's another challenge in that area. You know that your mobile app, you have a settlement platform, usually with your corresponding bank. All of a sudden, I discovered that the settlement account, you are building what we call, the inflow is actually very high. I mean, the outflow is very, very high compared to inflow. And I look at it, what is the problem? It means that more people are actually withdrawing their money than people are bringing through that particular means. Of course, it's helping you to reach them, but there's a problem. Because you know that today, practically every weekend in Nigeria, most of our deposit money banks, their mobile application will not work. I don't know whether you have observed that. Most of them, their card will not work. So, if that happens, if you have money with me, you have with another bank, you have with another bank, by the time you try bank 1, the thing didn't work. You try bank 2, it didn't work. You come to me, and my own is working. You begin to move the money out. Who is suffering? I'm having more outflow than inflow. And the thing now begin to serve negative purpose. Of course, if a business model is like commercial banks, you know that normally when people have access to their money at any time, they will put more money with you. But in the current system we run, in the microfinance sector, it's actually not like that. So that has created another problem. The point I'm making is that it's not only success story, it also comes with challenge. But our consolation is that that is the direction to go. Without it, you will not remain in business. But when you are doing it, be prepared to solve problem and continue to solve problem
and solve more problem and more problem. Thank you.
Incidentally, Dr. Goke is a multidisciplinary person. Legally, he can speak. Accounting, he can speak. Even MD Microfinance Bank, he can speak. All our qualification. He has just told us that may our road, you are the one that said it. I think I'm going to move to the barrister, another barrister in our midst. If you observe, the era we are now, that's what I'm saying, what is working now. CBN is more regulatory now, and there will be regulatory and compliance. And we are working on how to increase our income, making our balance sheet to be strong. Barrister Kendi, I'd like to know in what ways have regulatory changes impacted your bank's operation, and how have you adopted? Is it actually cost effective to follow compliance?
Thank you so much. I'm going to start from this premise. Sorry, those that are non-Christian here. 1 Timothy chapter 1 and verse 8 says that law is good when it's used legally or legitimately or correctly. And so that's the premise on which I'm going to start. Many of the past banks that failed, just like we were told earlier, most often than not, is an issue where compliance, regulatory issues, and the law that has been stated or given are not adhered to. Many of us don't like regulators, but the truth is that whether you like them or not, they are the one that you are subjected to. So you have to like them by force, by fire. Before a law is made, you can complain. After a law becomes a law, there is nothing you can do about it but to ensure that you comply. And so, we at Richway, one of the major things that we take seriously is the issue of compliance and issue of adherence to the regulations. In fact, I was brought to the board basically because of my experience in law of banking. And so when most times, there are some things that by the time we are debating on the board, and I bring the legal angle to it, I shut down that particular issue because of the fact that it will not help our business legally. And so it's important for us to know that regulations, whether we like it or not, are meant to keep us on the road that the regulators want us to follow. And so, as long as you are within that purview, as long as within that laid down rule, you can be sure that you have nothing to fear, because at the end of the day, it is going to be well with you. Again, no matter how you grow your balance sheet in an orthodox way, and in the way that is not permitted, if care is not taken, that law is still going to catch up with you and end up making nonsense of what has been done. And so it's important for us to ensure that we keep to compliance. In fact, now more than ever before, you cannot joke with compliance. In the area that you are, you must ensure, if you don't have a compliance, if you are not taking compliance seriously, I beg you, take compliance seriously. All that has been laid down, ensure that within the view that has been stated, that you keep to it. It has helped us, it's helping us, and we know it will continue to help us because we ensure that that compliance is key and then we follow it. Thank you so much.
Please, I would like to seek your permission to appreciate when people finish talking. The reason is, if all through these 3 days you didn't write anything, you must write something. Because here, people are telling you about practical things that is happening and also advising what way to follow to succeed in this. We all agree that we are in, the economy now is so challenging. And so we need collaboration, we need partnership, we need advocacy, we need all sorts of strong pillars of now. So, and that's one of it that we are doing here. I think I need to move to my lady again. And I need to ask her, Pedro, how have you navigated the impact of the current economic environment on your customer base and your loan portfolio? How have you navigated?
Thank you, Doctor. Current economic environment, and I'll just speak to two basic metrics. One is the NPR at almost 27%, and inflation at over 33%. So it's definitely not, it's definitely been the toughest time ever. And I mean, you said may our roads be rough, but may we get to our destination. So for me, it's been the toughest times. And the maths, I don't know if there are any Gen Zs here, but the maths is not mathsing. The addition is not, the 2 plus 2 is not 4 anymore. It's not adding up at all. But in the midst of it, where there are issues, we definitely can find the solutions. They are right there. We've deployed different strategies. One, for instance, for liability generation, during the devaluation, significant devaluation earlier in the year, for instance, many customers, as you probably also experienced, came in for their money. I need to take my money out now. I'm going to change it to foreign currency. Unfortunately, my regulator says I should not do foreign currency investments and lend in foreign currency. What do? Some of the things we've had to do is work with these customers and play a little bit of empathy card. It's not a popular opinion, but some of the things that we've had to do with them. You know what? We've been with you for so long. When interest rates was so, I gave you this. See the service. But you have to have the track record to be able to tell them about. If you have not developed that relationship before that day, then it's difficult for you to use to play that card. Too late to play that card on that day. But at this point, for microfinance banks and even commercial banks, we need to leverage on the value we have created. That's number one. But that means that value had been created. It cannot be created on that day. Number two, customer education and just financial literacy. Guys, this is what the market is saying. But we are bankers. We know what we understand this market. We know why the CBN is doing X, Y, Z. We know why the NPR is this. We know that CBN is trying to attract foreign investors. We need to know. And the managing director must not be the only one that knows. That's the other thing that we had to do. Make sure that relevant people in the bank understand. So for instance, I have meetings with salespeople and I just say, what's NPR today? And trust me, 80% of them don't even know what NPR means. So you give them the assignment. Please write NPR. I want a note on NPR so that everybody is aware. Because if it's just the managing director or the directors that understand these things, it's difficult to chase 10,000. It's got to be a collective effort, meaning employees must be knowledgeable enough to drive the business as much as you want to drive it. And it cannot be taught in class. They need to go and learn it. They need to understand what the market is so that there's congruence of knowledge and goals and we can achieve together. So those are some of the things that we have done as an organization. We are trying as much, whilst we work with the customers, we're also educating them. We also have people that now have educated themselves and can pass that knowledge. So you're not the only talkative. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody understands the market. Those are some of the things that we have done as an organization. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Financial education can never be too much, both to customers and you also know at that point a lot of people are doing loan restructuring and so many other things. I think I need to move very fast. I have 30 minutes left. I'd like to ask Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, do you know that some people are here that they want Action to mentor them? You know. So, what has been Action's approach to risk management and how has it evolved in response to recent economic challenges?
Thank you very much. So, again, for the first question you asked, let me say that Action Microfinance Bank has been very open to collaboration across the industry. And we have always believed that there cannot be a champion. There can only be many champions because of the perception of the industry. And in recent past, I know that we've hosted the technology team from NPF. They worked with us for a whole week trying to understudy what we do, especially with terminals. We've hosted the risk team from LAPO,
Trying to understand
what we're doing differently. We've hosted a microfinance bank from Kwara and another microfinance bank from Kaduna that came and spent a whole week with us trying to understand our methodology. I think our first principle is transparency and openness, and that will push to the yields. And I'm almost too confident that if I go to Infinity, Infinity will host me too. Because the important thing is that we can all be winners in this industry. Having said that, back to the question around risk management. So we're very conservative. We're not aggressive. And like Mr. Adegbami said, you know, if you look at all the banks that have gone under and the microfinance banks that have gone under, the number one major albatross of what killed them, they're bad loans. Once you have bad loans, your chances of survival in the industry is almost very low. And therefore, we have a well-defined risk algorithm and risk management that we strictly follow. We improve on the algorithm annually. It is driven through artificial intelligence. And data is available to us because, again, we don't do consumer lending. We only do SME lending. So we focus strictly on SME. And recently, we partnered with Rubik's, working with IFC. Somebody mentioned IFC. We are a great beneficiary of approaching IFC and having their support. So we partnered with Rubik's, and they developed a new risk algorithm for us that we deployed last year and has helped us. But you know, on top of this is also the way we have locally managed our own risk. And a lot of it has to do with the individual or the culture change that we have to drive. Most microfinance banks, we were formed with a mindset of giving loan. So when you have your officers, you call them lending officers or loan officers. And so ingrained in their mind is that their responsibility is to give loan and not to collect back what they have given. On the flip side to it is that some people have loan officer, some have collection officer. So the first thing we did was to even change the nomenclature. We don't use loan officer. We don't use collection officer. You're all relationship managers. You're all account officers. Be responsible for the loan you give out and bring it back. And then we said, how can you be responsible for the loans you have given out? We've spent a significant amount of money developing apps, the mobile app, the USSD. We have agents, over 350 agents. We've had relationship with a lot of, we have Hopi, we have all of them. So encourage your customers to pay through these channels. But more importantly, and everyone has spoken about liability and balance sheet growth. I tell you, today, I can boast here that low-cost deposits is 73% of my total liability balance sheet. Purchase fund is only 27%. And since 4 years ago, we've had war. Everybody thought in my bank that I am mad. But I tell them that, look, we're a bank, microfinance bank. So I'm not going to allow a customer take 200,000 loan from me and go and put it in Wema Bank to use. And then I began to incentivize my account officers for customers' turnover in their account. Not only for loan, not only for deposit, but for customer turnover. So if I give you a loan of 2 million, I expect you, for example, to give me a turnover of 2 million per month on that loan. And I put it in your offer letter. I tell my account officers to do it. Of course, they didn't like it. We didn't like it. We fought. We removed our clothes. We wore it back. But with constant education, we came to agree over 3 years that that is the way to go. And so I enjoy a lot of transaction deposits. And how that helped me in risk management is that by the time loan is maturing, there is some money in the accounts that will take off the maturing portion of the loan, instead of having to go and pursue customers' repayments on the day loan is maturing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we can say do better. I think I will be asking Mr. Azuka, could you provide example of any peer collaboration or partnership that has been of particular beneficial to you?
So this is very tricky for me because from where I'm coming from, we lend wholesale to this sector, and we also now manage a microfinance bank. So it's very tricky. Presido, it's very tricky. But we have some people here, some banks that I've partnered with. I don't know if they would like me to call their names, but we've partnered with them at BOI level, you know, wholesale lending, and wonderful relationships. The people behind ASEAN will not allow ASEAN give us collateral or the necessary collaterals. But we've partnered with a number of banks here, and it's still ongoing, and the window is still open. There's a desk created in BOI to support this sector. So at any point in time, please feel free to come to the Bank of Industry. But on the microfinance level, so we've, LAPO is not here. I met your risk, your CRO in Kigali, in Rwanda, with Cynthia Hassel. So when my team was taking over the microfinance bank in BOI, these were the people that we called upon. You know, there's a difference between lending wholesale to operators to being an operator yourself. So we've been able to merge the nexus, and the partnership has been very, very profitable. So we've gone to them. But one thing that we've brought to bear for them also is the culture of performance management and sustainability. You know, we created that culture first. You know, I was discussing with some people here that if you want your bank to actually attain the goals and objectives, somebody said it here, Jonathan, your people should be primary to you. Your people should be very focal to your strategy, anything you're doing. So it involves the environment they work in. It involves how you incentivize them. It involves their emoluments, their benefits. It involves how you train them. Where and where you send them for training. How many of them do you bring for retreats like this? You know, because at the end of the day, 90% of people who leave organizations, they don't leave the organization, they leave people because they've not been managed well. So for us, once that culture is there, you take care of the people, the sky is always your limit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that's another funding aspect. But I would like to ask Dr. Goke. How have you balanced the need for growth with maintaining financial sustainability and stability?
Thank you very much, sir. It's a very, how do I call it? It's something that is very challenging. You know, I started earlier that every good thing comes with its own challenge. In terms of growing balance sheets, I can say categorically that we succeeded in growing balance sheets. In fact, over a short period of time, we have had to grow our balance sheet very, very fast. And we use a blend of a lot of things. But from what the previous speaker said, you know, your balance sheet is your liability and your shareholders fund one side, then your assets one side. When you want to grow your balance sheet, what do you grow? Well, you can grow any of those three items, but what is realistic is to grow either of the two in the positive side, which is either the shareholders fund or the liability. If you grow any of those or two of them, the other side will automatically grow. The only challenge you can have is the efficiency at which you manage the other side. The other side will naturally grow. Now, that points to the fact that even when you have grown your balance sheet, it comes with its own enormous burden to continue to remain sustainable. Now, first of all, what did we do? I had a team from CBN who laid so much emphasis on us going to look for deposit, because that time we have sizable shareholders fund that we're not even using so much of it. But the guy talked so much about you need to go and look for deposit, and I was the CFO, then I engaged him, said, no, this is microfinance, this is not deposit money banking, this is whatever. And I thought I was right. Over the years, I got to a point when I discovered that this guy actually was largely right. That even when you have shareholders fund that you have not fully used, you must build a system that from day one you are diversifying your source. If you are running a bank where you are just giving out your shareholders fund, giving out your shareholders fund, you are not running a bank, because that is what money lenders do, isn't it? So if you have your money, and my shareholders, they really don't need to get a banking license if they just want to lend in today's Nigeria. You know that is the truth. So we must have a funding base that is well diversified. And being diversified is not only the number of sources,
is also on the blend of characteristics and the feature of different sources. Over the years, I've funded with money from shareholders fund. I've funded from the regular deposits, savings deposit, the regular deposit. I've also funded from special deposits. The one that we created in that is the feature looks like commercial paper, and we push it for almost 1 year, and at the time it like a boom, bam, and it grew and skyrocketed the size of our balance sheet. I've also funded from borrowings like what Mr. Azuka just said. I think I'm one of the beneficiaries of the money from them under BOI, not BOI Microfinance Bank, but BOI. And we have been with BOI since 2010, thereabout. And it's been very fantastic. Sometimes their money is cheaper than what I can get in fixed deposits. So it's a good source. I've gotten from a Development Bank of Nigeria. Their home money also, relatively closer in nature to the one of BOI, but with some peculiarity. So it's a good source also. We have also done bond. And bond with its own peculiarity. If you collected bond of, let's say, ₦1 billion, and you are able to get bond for 3 years, by the time, if you use it very well, when you are paying bank, you will not even feel it, because it's stable, it's spread, and so on and so forth. So we have used bond. We have also used commercial paper. Commercial paper can give you big money, but it's hot money. Because if you collected ₦1 billion in commercial paper today, and you collected it for maximum of 270 days, when you get to 250 days, you will not sleep again. Yes, because that figure will be confronting you. And then, if you are having looked at all these sources, managing the other side efficiently, you must be sure that there is, you must match your funding with the kind of assets you are creating with them. Mr. Taiwo said they don't do consumer lending. I do a blend of consumer lending and SME lending. Now, for the consumer lending, those ones that are backed with salary, in terms of performance, they are very good, because you are almost sure the money will come back. But you know, for a salary earner, the more money you can give him, the better. Now, for him to collect more money, because there is this limit of loan service ratio, is at 3%. So for him to get the type of money he wants, whether he wants it for school fees or whatever, you have to extend it. Then you now have loans that are longer in tenor. When it's long in tenor, it ties your money down. If you are sourcing your money from sources like commercial paper, then you are going to be in trouble. So that matching is very, very, very important when you are talking of sustainability. Maybe because of time, what I'm going to add is that for sustainability also, we need to also know that as you are driving your balance sheet, even when you get money from other sources, you have to find a way to be increasing your shareholders' fund. Sources is actually fundamentally based on what your shareholders' fund is. So you mustn't lose the sight of that. Finally, we have to see how can we use technology to do whatever we are doing, because technology will run faster than all of us. So how can I use technology to do this thing? Now, part of the challenges we are facing now is that all the source of money that I've mentioned, like 80% of them, they are like hot money, including the borrowing. You need to dilute it with savings deposit that is spread,
They are small in size, but you have many people. That when you have 2,000 people that have small savings with you, you can be sure that even if there is what do you call it, a force majeure, the 2,000 people will not come the same day. So you have to be deliberate as to how you can do this. Now, we try to develop an app that will help us to raise deposit. We have been at developing that app for like 3 years. We have not succeeded. So we have to shut it down and try to start all over again. And now it's looking as if it's going the right way. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Just to add to what Mr. Adegoke said, the question, and the way I want to look at it is this: how can I devise or deploy short-term strategies for my long-term strategy? Something like that. And my recommendation would be this: one, develop the strategy. Many microfinance bankers or banks just started, they help us put the documents together, we submitted to CBN, and we're just we're taking it as it goes. It's time for us to go back to that drawing board and have a strategy. What is the objective of that bank? There must be a niche that we want to capture. There must be something that is peculiar to you as a bank. And if there isn't, we can also re-strategize and sit down and say, you know what exactly is it that I want to achieve as a bank? That is one. Two, following the plan. Because we've been here now for over a day, and we've heard so many things. And I can imagine that most of us have heard these things before. Meaning, we've gone to this class, we're already doctors, like Mr. Adegoke. We're already doctors. If it comes to understanding or knowing what the sector requires, or the regulator, or the compliance requirement, we all know. The problem we have is following the plan. It's important that we know that we must have those strategies and follow the plan. When we do, we'll be able to achieve greater success as an organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've been shown the amber light, that's the yellow. But however, I have one general question. Please let us appreciate all our panelists. The general question will start from the other end to this end. What they all had been saying is what has worked. What is it that has not worked? And my question will start from Vice Kende. What has not worked as well as expected in your recent strategies? And what lesson have you learned? I'm sure my lady here was indirectly entering it. So what is it that has not worked? And what are the lessons? So let me start from the other end to this other end. Thank you.
Yeah, for us, what actually did not work was that we thought by having branches that it's going to be very, very good. And so we discovered that in some parts that branch was not working. And so one of the strategies that we came up was the issue of the app. And so when the app came up, and we discovered that what the branch was supposed to be doing, the app was helping us to do. And so we discovered that, even with the app, we may not really need that particular location which the app as a technology is doing for us. Number one, we discovered that the app bring in customers without people you don't even know. They just download the app and they start using the app and you have them. And so a situation where you get marketers, you ask them to go and look for account and they sit down, they collect money and they are not doing the work. That has partially been eliminated because of, what the app is doing in terms of technology. I think that's because of the time that we can say.
Aggressive loan generation will also lead you to high default rates. So you want to grow your balance sheet, you want to grow income. Please just bear it in mind that if you run faster than you are supposed to, something might happen to you. And not all market campaigns, not all storms, not all strategies will yield the results that you necessarily desire. So many times you see people wearing t-shirts, you go on radio, you go on TV, and you will spend funding to do all that. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself if the desired results is actually being achieved. So please carry out strategies that will actually work for you, that fits your business. Thank you.
And what has not worked for us is end-to-end digital products because of the high failure rates. But in retrospect, I think the way digital product is designed in our industry is a bit of a paradox, because we create a loan of 100,000 for middle of the cadre, and we expect the people at the bottom of the pyramid who cannot afford internet, who cannot afford a smartphone of 80,000, to use that to come and apply a hand-to-hand loan of 20,000 or 50,000. I think that needs to be reworked. And what will work is that for us, at the moment in this ecosystem, it must be a combination of tech and touch. Thank you.
Just to piggyback on what he said, what has not worked for us is being a purely traditional bank. We started as a purely traditional bank, little digital. We realized that no microfinance bank today can survive the economy or can survive growth, can survive without mixing digital with traditional banking, no matter, even if you're a tech-based company. And we already can see the results. So we know that hasn't worked. We know that we must mix it for us anyway, for our target customers. We must ensure that we have both traditional and tech-based solutions for our customers, because we want to be able to meet all our customers. That is one. Another thing that has not worked is over-relying on people and even our minds. One thing we've done is, for instance, we created something we call the first touch rule. Meaning, when you touch a document in Pecan, you must get it digital. You must scan it. We are making sure we've developed processes that we can follow, so that if Mr. Day was on the seat for 10 years and he was doing the same thing, the moment he leaves or disappears tomorrow, he's angry, he doesn't want to work with us anymore. We have a process, and people can just follow it. That has been working for us. Thank you, and many more others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What has not worked for us was, like I did mention earlier, in the past when we used to have cash offices and meeting points, we felt brick and mortar was still the way to go. Incidentally, I recall my branch officer then that I spoke with, that the intention was to make that particular branch a full-fledged microfinance bank, depending on how well we are able to fast-track that place. But I discovered that over time, it was becoming more of a cost center to us. So we had to shut it down. But I want to tell you, what has really worked for us was for us to look at our liability generation. And what we did was to ensure that one thing I never did was to go after government deposits. Even local government, I never touched their money. Schools, salaries, I didn't touch it, because at that time, with the experience of my colleagues, this month, oh, go and close your account with microfinance banks. They started running about, oh, we want to go and see Accountant General at Abeokuta, blah, 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 blah. So we've been growing liabilities organically. Like I said, we've been moving smartly, slowly, and steadily. If you look, I recall, I listened to Dr. Yunus years back. If you take a typical balance sheet of any bank, be it microfinance or deposit money bank, you want to know who are the real owners of the banks. I tell you, the customers are the real owners of the banks. When you look at the liabilities and you compare it to your shareholders' funds, at any point in time, the customer's liabilities is always greater than your shareholders' funds. So the question is, who really are the owners of the business? And that is why CBN will not leave us alone when it comes to the issue of regulation, protecting customers who are the real owners of the business. And I have internalized this a long time ago. So we've been growing our deposits organically, slowly, and steadily. So one, it reduces our cost of funds. For example, our daily Esusu collections, which is interest-free, is almost at par with our regular savings, whose interest element is also low. So cost of funds to us is kept at the barest minimum, where we're able to leverage maximally on our risk assets interest rate. So that has worked for us. Like I said, we've been working slowly, smartly, and steadily. And it's been working for us. 5 million capital requirements, we showed our face. 20 million capital requirements, we showed our face. The new dispensation also showed our face. So we continue to show our face. So thank you very much. So,
thank you. And we'll be showing our face too. Okay, well, as to those things that have not worked, we have a number of things that have not worked, just like we have a number that has worked. I think because we try so many things. First, I've had, I mentioned that we try to develop a particular application strictly to be able to mobilize our small savings. And we were on it for more than 2 years. And at a point, I have to realize that the developer, our own team, and even some third parties that we want to use, nobody actually understood what the objective was. At a particular point, they said this app is ready, and we are ready to deploy. When I check, we're going to be opening an account, and that account is going to come in the name of the commercial bank that we are partnering with, and that bank is going to charge us about 100 naira to open one account. And I say, where do they do that? I open an account for you, I market it, I do everything, I pay you to open. No, we stop it. So we shut down that. So that is something that has not worked. But the fact that it didn't work doesn't mean that we will not go back to it. We are going back to it. We have changed the team, we have changed the developer, and I think it's looking like a success now. There was a time we tried to, in trying to get small deposits, we recruited staff, about 40 of them. We said that Alajos they are still getting money. People still keep Alajos passbook. In fact, they keep it for the Alajo before Alajo comes. The money is already inside. That we are a bank. People will gladly give us money. So we did everything, branded everything, gave them t-shirts, whatever. We employed 40-something of them. We run it for almost 1 year. All the money we got could not pay our salary. So we have to say, look, this thing, we can't continue like this. We later discovered part of the reason why it didn't work. But the point is that we have to shut it down. We look at them, how many of them can we convert to other parts of the bank? We converted them, we sacked the rest. You discover that so many of them, they were not even ready to do this work from day one. Because the product you give them is not what they will market. Some of them, they will not even go anywhere. They will leave the bank and just stay somewhere and just be enjoying themselves. And so that did not work. Maybe tomorrow we can try it and it may work. The other thing is that when we are trying to do digital stuff, part of what I realize is that if you try to transform just by technology, and you don't change the culture of the people, you are going to have problem. So you must not have new wine in whole skin. And we have done that, it has set us backward. In fact, on one occasion, I discovered that most of our people at the back office, particularly the IT people, when they are making recommendations, they are more excited to get money released. When the money is released, they feel they have achieved their goal. Not necessarily that they are benefiting anything from there, but when you call projects, 20 million projects, they are fulfilled. But getting the real objective achieved, they lay less emphasis on it. So I have discovered that you really need to work on the people more than you work on every other non-living thing, because it is the people that determine everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we can do better. Yes, it's now your own turn to ask questions. You could be specific to them. I want to appreciate Mr. Kendi, Mr. Zuka, Mr. Jordan, the only lady, so you can't call the name if you want to attend next Benjin conference, and I want to attend. Please put your hands together for her. Oh, are there no ladies in the hall? Please, we are too serious. So microfinance, if you are too serious, you might fail. So relax. Then we have Mr. Bumi from there, all the way from Ogun State, was our chairman one time over there. And then we can also see what is happening between Lagos and Ogun marriage. And then we have Dr. Adegoke over there. Please put your hands together. They've been able to do justice to some of these questions, and they throw more light on the physical, what has worked and what has not worked. But what has not worked for you now, if you want to ask questions, maybe you can do that. If Chairman give us 5 minutes, so that if there's any question, we attend to it before we leave.
So, Mr. Tunde Jordan. Okay, Mr. Taiwo Jordan, sorry. SME lending. Would you only SME lending, no consumer lending? I don't understand, because I'm quite confused. Maybe it's a slip of tongue. Is it that you don't do macro loan again, or is SME loan part of macro loan? Thank you, sir.
My name is Felusha Adeloju. So one question that I had, I think it was Mr. Taiwo Jordan, I'm not sure. He was talking about getting the right partner to the right...
Because TJ mentioned it, Goke also mentioned it. Good job, madam. Good job. Although Taiwo was oppressing us, can you imagine? He has 380 people who are doing agent banking. 380. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm so sure half of us in this room, we don't have 380 staff combined together. I bow. So when it's split, just say yes, sir. Good job, eh? One more. Aha. Sorry. No, it's not okay. You have to talk.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay. Femi Alunge, Buck Trust Microfinance Bank. My question is, so there is this ratio for MFBs called savings to deposit ratio, right? That I think savings to, I think 80% should be of our deposits should be savings. I've forgotten the exact listing. Yeah. So the question I want to ask, I don't know how you guys have been managing it. So I do have customers that wants to give me fixed deposits. So most of my deposits are fixed deposits, friends and everybody. But our savings volumes, we've not been able to grow it to meet that ratio. I don't know if any of you have had that challenge in the past. Thank you.
That question you raised, I don't want to hear his answer, because when you're asking TJ about technology, the shareholders fund or some of our banks, maybe 10 of us or 12 of us combined, cannot buy his technology. Take it easy, eh? Don't intimidate us this time around. TJ, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I didn't have a slip of tongue. I said that we give money only to SME. So that is micro, small, medium enterprises. And I said we do not give consumer loan. We don't give loan to individuals. We give loan to only businesses. So I did it, it's not a slip of tongue. That's what we do. As to what to look for in a technology business partner, there are a lot of overnight fintechs, a lot. And the way they rise is the way they die. And so you need to understand, number one, who is backing them? Who is giving them the support? The second thing you want to look at is, who have they done that project you are asking for? Who have they done it for? The third one, which is a bit difficult, but if you can pull your way through, is to ask them for a proof of concept. A proof of concept. Come and show me what you have done, where you have done it, how it has worked. Then I'll be able to patronize you. So support for them is critical. The availability of support for you is critical. You see someone who comes to your office to sell a fintech product, and is only a sales rep here in Nigeria. The support team is in Portugal. How are you going to survive if you have an issue? If you have a service issue and it requires a technical person to help you out. So who is behind it, who is driving it, is very important for you to be able to safeguard your money. And more importantly, signing SLAs, having agreement, clear agreements to the terms and what needs to be done is also critically important. I hope I answered your question. As to the other question, I don't have the problem, so I'll give it to those who have the problem to answer. Thank you.
Which problem is that? Àgbàlagbà no ma fi ń yọ̀yàn jẹ. With the permission of the President Emeritus, let's take 2 more questions.
All right, this question goes to Dr. Goki Adegbami. You talked about, in your last response, you talked about the Esusu collection not working. I'm not really interested in the fact that it didn't work. I believe that whenever we encounter challenges and we try to get around it, if we don't succeed, we try again. Because I know it's a highly potential avenue to raise deposits. You rounded up by saying that you're looking at it and you are going to venture into it again. I want to know the ways that you want to address that particular issue. How is it going to work? Thank you.
Dr. Adegbami, you are in trouble this time around. How will it work? And you are not the last, but the last comment for this session.
Okay. My name is Shaya Obisheso from Unicorn. Microfinance. Now, my question goes to Azuka and then maybe perhaps Mr. Jordan. It centers around collaborations and partnership between microfinance bank or supporting organizations. We are aware that the scope of projects that MFB is handling is quite low or medium, and there's a need to scale up. Scalability is key. So you've had the experience of collaborations and partnership. So how do you encourage those smaller banks that are coming up and want to shorten their learning curve? That's the key of the shortening their learning curve. Then, secondly, you've also built implemented implemented technological solutions to strengthen the balance sheet. If you check, the major issue for these microfinance banks to implement technology is cost. So you learn some lessons over the years. What are those lessons? To show.
Nice question, except essentially that first one. Because if you follow Taiwo to a presentation he makes, he will tell you as at May last year or as at May this year, Action has disbursed about 270 billion naira loan. I hope I'm not even under reporting now. What can we do to scale up in a practical way? Yes, with our little resources. How can we do it better on a more serious note? TJ. Okay, we should start from him so that you meditate before I. Okay.
With the permission of the chair. So the last question. So a practical example for our partnerships, you know, and learning from established microfinance banks, those who have done it, those who've been there, they've seen everything. For example, when we started increasing our loan amounts, because we had to really start very small, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, we learned from one of them about the importance of independent verification of addresses and businesses. It was expensive, so you don't just allow only the relationship officers to, I mean, they've gone out, they've seen the business, they are back, but you enable your compliance team. You enable, there's another team in risk management that would go to those businesses, verify them, meet the key decision makers before they come back, before disbursement. Now, the discoveries have been enormous. The advantages have been enormous. We've gone to, for these independent verifications and discovered that some of these businesses were non-existent. We've discovered also that, for example, a woman or a potential customer could actually be visiting the business, a sister's business, a neighbor's business, and she will be there for 3 to 6 months, just coming there. The aim will be to access loan from a microfinance bank. You see her there every morning. You come there, you see her. You know, but when independent verifications or visits were carried out, 1 or 2 people around said, no, she's not the owner of that business. She's the sister or she's just a visitor. So this is just one of the learnings of, you know, there are a lot, but these are the ones that comes to mind very easily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to appeal. In July, I have a scheduled trip to Kaduna. There is a young chap doing very well. He does not have a microfinance bank license. He's running a lender's license. But last year alone, he did 5,000 loans of 200,000 and below. And he's running it very well. They call it NEAT, N-E-A-T. And I've written to him, I said, I'd like to see what you're doing and understand what you're doing. And they've given me a date to come when I'll spend 2 or 3 days just to understand. I think when you stop learning, you start dying. There's no end to learning. And I think one of the things we can offer ourselves as an association is that collaboration. Because you don't have to learn from your own failure. You can learn from others' failure. And I want to thank the panelists today who have been very open. If there's anything I want us to take away, is to have a diary where you can have at least a lunch with an MD once in a month, another MD in Lagos. Just have a lunch, discuss the business, and let your team be able to come over to Action. Let my team be able to come over to you, and let us grow the industry together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe this time is what the why, right? Apart from what Mr. Joda just said now, I also have one of the panelists who just feel the way we comport ourselves, the way everything was going, that she believes she can just give somebody, I don't know, those who are using Airtel, I don't know whether it's Airtel, 2,000 naira on MTN, 2,000 naira on something. Please, can you write this number down? The first person we have it.
What's the code?
We have Airtel, we also have, no, I won't tell you. So it's the one, you are a panelist, you are not one of them. So the number, please put it down, 00.
Which one is this?
No, wait first, you are 006 004 1398. Have you gotten it? In case you have not paid for your subscription for this year, that's Asion Bank. Please pay your subscription. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Very good for what you have done. My panelists, I'd like to thank you, Barrister, Mr. Zuka, Mr. Joda, and Kweju, my Dr. Adegoke, and also Mr. Bumi. Thank you very much for accommodating us and for taking 10 minutes extra. God bless you.
Wrap up everything and then make the presentation. Okay. However, I wanted to say something as someone who is not an insider, as in the sense of an insider as an operator of the microfinance bank. But speaking as someone who every day of his life spends with different types of businesses and looks at different industries, I always tell people that it is important for you as an industry to come together and dictate how you want your industry to look like. The things that will work for you. If you work with your regulator, I said this yesterday night and I think some people missed it. I asked the question, do you want to run with every regulation or do you want to have an input into regulation on how the industry runs and how you want your industry to be structured? This is an important thing for you to do as an industry or as a sector, maybe as a sector. Come together and then tell yourself this is how big you want this to be, and then take that in. Instead of us, scratching the little that is there. By the time you scratch and scratch, everything will finish, and then you will now be asking yourself where is the next cake coming from. So please, an offer has gone out. You can walk to anybody in this room. We are all mostly empty. Walk to anybody and then ask questions. It's an opportunity that we have. We might not have this again for another 1 year or maybe 2. But this opportunity that we have to be in this room, let's take it and let it be worth something. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, can you have it? Hello? One thing we learned about IIT was a collaboration and partnership and co-competition, and it has been working. You see, the selection of these panelists was not just by design, it was a thought process. They have merited to discuss with us. Let's give them a round of applause. Azuka is a very busy man. He is a very busy man because he's senior at DOI. But call him. He will tell you I'll call you back. He will see your missed call. But later he will call you back. And if you ask him for guidance, he will give you. Even when you find yourself in that number 18, are they 18? 16, 20 Marina, 22, 23 Marina, Shell is 22, Wesley House. Aha. When you find yourself there and you are not getting what you need, if you call him, I'm in your building, I need your assistance, Azuka will come and assist you. Let's give him a round of applause. What does that teach us? Our people are ready to help each other. During campaign, I went to a bank in Ikoyi. It's a new bank, a fintech related bank, and I was discussing with the MD and he said, we are new, we are less than 2 years, but that time we know that it's an asset. It's difficult to get him. I've called him several times, he does not pick his call. But when you send him messages, he does not reply. Send him another message, he does not reply. He will come back to you. It may take 1 week. But when it comes back to you, it's a blessing. I said, why? He said, when he got his license, he was confused on what to do. And he didn't know what to do. But Taiwo invited him in and taught him how to go about it. And Taiwo now asked 3 of his men to come in and work in Axiom for 1 week. And that is the secret they are using today for their business. Taiwo, thanks. Taiwo is one guy, when you get to see him or to speak with him, he will tell you everything without hiding anything. I know whether he's still improving and action is getting bigger and bigger. Please feel free to approach any of us for such things. Call Dr. Adegbami, of course. I want to do IPPIS, I want to do Oracle, I want to do Customs, I want to do Nigeria Police. They will even give you the letter that he used. He gets his own approval. So, are we working together? We want to be open-minded and let's work together. You may be calling Abiola Gold separately, you may not pick it because you don't know what he's facing. Don't be tired, he has an issue. But by the time he speaks with you, you will see that you will learn or you will gain 1 or 2 things. So let's be open and so continue to support each other. All of them here, they have added one to the other. Oh, it's barrister, but you want to say, I have a case. This customer is owing me. You will not say you have to pay 1,000 for that 1 minute talk. He will guide you through. So let's exchange their number and get information from them. So again, we want to appreciate them more for being there all the time. Let us appreciate them. We have learned one thing or the other from them. Where they are, what has not worked. TK said it's not a problem, it's just what has not worked and what has worked. And the man from what's the bank? Reboot says we should not say it is not working. We must devise a way of making it work. Or it's better that you call, what should I do about this? You go out of our way and do it for you. These are the people we have in the center. We are blessed in microfinance and we are blessed in Lagos. We want to tell Mr. Okurede that we are not just running, but we are smart and we are smarter. But yeah, this is Lagos. Princess Adiola, please, if you don't mind, can you join me? You know him? Sure. And of course, Her Majesty, she's the MD of Shalom, Mrs. Gadi. They will be assisting us in the think tanks. But Mr. Sadiola will be representing us to hand over the flag to Mr. Dr. Adegbami, please. Do you know Mrs. Sadiola? Yes. Daylight. Yes. She's a Southwest Zonal Executive. She's representing Lagos in the Southwest Zone. You may not have known. Okay, don't start. Thank you, Esther. We appreciate you so much. Mrs. Sade Alarape, is she still around? Is she? You can see that it's not just about us. It's not a men show alone. We have their majesties in between us. BC Cash, what in they look now? Benjin to Benjin. Benjin, we appreciate you so much. Thanks for being there all the time. Thanks for the hard work. And thanks for the sleepless night you've had in the last 2 months. You know, we are blessed with people that are selfless. Without complaining, calling them at 11 p.m., they will still hear you and speak. Good job, Kweju. Well done. You know, when you are blessed with these angels, you always succeed. Mrs. Mojisola, baby. Can we have you, please? Can you assist us to say thanks to Barrister Kehinde Buraimo? Will Funsho not say hello to you, to greet you? You know, I know how to greet Funsho. Thanks, bro. Well done. Thanks, Kenny. Thanks for being there all the time. Mr. Adewale Abimbola, Owepo, Oil Money. When you ask him, he says the MD of CEMC, CCMC. Now, like, he's the MD of Chevron Microfinance Bank. Please welcome him on board. We know them. Liquidity ratio 99%. And he will ask you, Chairman, what can I do with this cash? Sir, you have SS. Share it. Okay, who do you like? Okay, money to money. Azuka, of course. Liquidity versus liquidity. Let's see the one that will be shaking. Liquidity versus liquidity. Eshe. Azuka, thanks a lot. Thanks for being there all the time. Of course, Auntie Clara, Mrs. Ololini. You know, Taiwo is not just anyone. Taiwo is so special and must be appreciated by a special person. Okay? Okay? Please, let's appreciate her. You know, in the stock exchange market, they talk about doyen of stock exchange. You know names that you'll be calling. For microfinance, there are so a few names that we also know that you respect a lot. Clara is foremost among them. Taiwo, what are you saying now? Are you whispering something? We appreciate you, Mr. Joda. Thanks for being there all the time.
Auntie Clara, thank you, ma. Thank you. You know, one thing about NAMBLAD is that we appreciate our chairmen. If you check, our chairmen, they were not just anyone. They are people who have impact, and they are people who have contributed immensely to the development of this sector. Clara was a past chairman, Mrs. Oloroyiri. Let's appreciate her. Dr. Va, a past chairman of NAMBLAG and a past president of NAMBO. Mr. Joda, that's my Oga, was a past chairman of NAMBLAG. You can imagine now that NAMBLAG is a special place, and you can see their intellectual possession. Aha. Some of them have refused to become one. People like Azuka, who in some 3 months time you'll be calling him Dr. Azuka. Not from any school, but from where? Well done, bro. Well done. Well done. Well done. You know, they say it's the last masquerade that should leave. What's the English of Igbale? Alright, assist me now, BC Cash. The last masquerade, the big masquerade, must leave Igbale last. Hey, now. Aha, must be the last one. Okay, Omo Unilag, one more. That's the MD of Yabatek. You know, they will know. Mr. Akin Lawal will always be very quiet. He will not speak. Do you know that name? Akin Lawal. That's the MD of MPF Microfinance Bank. Sir, thanks for coming. We want to see you on the stage, please. You will be assisting us to thank Dr. Val, to say thank you to him for being there for us all the time and for being there today. You know, if you ask me to go and give a gift or thank you gift to Dr. Abba, I do not want it. But the heavyweight must give to heavyweight. Protection. I like that.
Dr. Vincent Wesu has always been my Valentine Wesu has been my mentor. Since, like you mentioned, Chairman Lagos Lamlak, National President NAMS. So much we've learned from him, and so proud to be the one being called upon to honor my mentor. Congratulations to the And honestly, I also want to say one thing about Mr. Jordan.
Okay.
When you want to talk about all that have been said so far in terms of collaborating, and I also want to pretend that Mr. Jordan, at the point of our need, was very much on board to give us the assistance. I personally take him as a technical partner of MPF Microfinance. It's a wonderful person.
Oga Josh, can you join this photo, please? Continue.
So, with what we have been told here today, I want every one of us to know that we can collaborate while even when competing, but healthy competition, and I can assure you that Mr. Jordan has a very large heart, and he will welcome you and give you the necessary support. I'm also honored to be called upon here. Also among the facilitator here, Dr. We were classmates some 38 to 40 years ago. So nice. Thank you for giving us the word that you have been slow and steady, smartly, and you have always been there. not leaving out Dr. Adeba. Always. Thank you so much. My chairman of Chairman, sir, it's being honored for you to bring me forward to make this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
My presentation is the longest. That means, as I Rumi, I want to buy
President
Panadol.
Josh.
So there should be a white envelope behind this. So I can buy Panadol. My chair, am I permitted? And the security will come for everybody. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate
the high table, please remain. Mrs. Olonini, you should please join us. Mr. Adelano, please join us. I want to take a photograph with the panelists. And as we do that, we can have a tea break. Let's manage time so that we can come back for the last session. There's something that is coming up this evening. No, she's not here. She's not there. She's there now. That's just now on here. Omowa. Hello. Hi. How many of us have been looking for getting the right company that will supply your POS terminal? Do you have issues with the POS terminals you are using today? After dinner, there will be sponsors messages here.
Into our breakout teams, and we'll try to tease out those opportunities. Now, if you're doing this as a single company, it's going to be a lot more granular. But because we're looking at it industry-wide, we'll look at things as it affects all of us. Okay? And I think in the light of all the discussions we have been having today, talking about baking a bigger cake, looking at opportunities, cooperating, and all of that, it's something that will be very instructive for all of us. Okay? Can I have the slides, please? Okay, next slide. So, when we talk in terms of opportunities, what jumps at you? If we say opportunity, what jumps at you? Let me hear responses from the room. Opportunities, what comes to you? Just hear the word opportunity. Sorry? Money. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true now. Opportunity, money there inside. Okay. What else? What jumps at you? Yes, ma'am. Avenue to scale. Okay. Growth. Okay. Growth, avenue to scale, money. When you are scaling and you are growing, it's all because you want to make the kulele now. It's the kulele is the cocoa. It's the motivation. But you see, as our environment, within the environment are opportunities. And we have to be able to open our eyes and begin to see those opportunities and leverage them. There are some, I was talking to one of your colleagues a while back, and then I was telling him a story of when we wanted to move houses. And my son, I think he must have been like seven or 8 at that time. So we told him that we were moving from where we were living to somewhere else. And the first question my son asked me is, Daddy, is there going to be a wagon in there? That you are moving to this place. As far as he was concerned, that place you are moving to is a very Oibo elitist kind of place. And
Thank you. Is it a place that has my best interest? You people might want to move there, but have you consulted me to know if I want to move? Is there a way going there? Can you imagine if it's in that kind of environment and he's asking about that? How many more children like him will be requiring such kind of service in that environment? That's an opportunity for someone. Are you with me? If you're not someone who looks out at things like that, you probably won't even consider it. But he just asked, and the sister was like, what's your business with where we are going to? And I said, leave the boy. Now the one we pay now. Now they tell you so. Opportunities. Opportunities come in different ways that we might not even expect. But guess what? It is not an opportunity if you don't have the strength to leverage that opportunity. Somebody else might see the thing and just walk past it. But someone else who has what it takes to leverage then sees it as an opportunity and can take advantage of it. So that's saying one thing. Yes, it exists in the environment, but you must have the strength to be able to leverage that opportunity. Okay? So you'll be able to take advantage of it. If you're not careful, you can miss it. I'm sure that there are so many things that we've let go that if we look around us, we would actually tell ourselves, oh, that was an opportunity actually that I missed. Is there anybody here who wants to share with us in the spirit of openness that we've started? Who wants to share with us any opportunity they have missed at some point? Is there someone who can share with us? Yes.
Okay. Good evening. Okay. Many years ago, maybe about 10, 15 years ago, I was a credit admin person, and then my boss sent me to CBN. He said I should go and see someone. And then I took the document, I went to CBN. I delivered the message. On my way out, the guy told me, he asked me 2 questions. Are you a chartered accountant? I said no. Do you have FRM as financial risk manager? I said no. He said, okay. You can go. You know what that means? If I had qualified as a chartered accountant, maybe I would have been working in CBN today. And that paid me a lot. And I had to go back and sit for ICANN. And I made sure I qualify as a chartered accountant. But I missed the opportunity anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person? But you see what I was talking about missed opportunities. You don't know when it's going to come. Okay? So we'll take him and then we'll come to you.
A couple of years ago, Cowrie, how many of us know Cowrie? It's a fintech. They're the ones behind BRT buses, the payments. Yeah. So they came to our bank. Actually, they called me. And after much phone discussions, I was able to influence their coming to our bank for a presentation. And when they came and mentioned what the capital will cost us to inject, we're not the only, it's a counterpart funding. And we looked at it and said, we're a microfinance bank, we can't do this. But somehow, deep within me, I knew we could if we could just stretch ourselves and bend over backwards a little. But the fear of CBN, because we're already quite enlightened about CBN, microfinance bank and fintech partnerships as much as we should, or as much as we are right now, because we're doing a lot in that respect. So that ignorance of that period prevented us from partnering with Cowrie. And we were one of the very first they came to. We lost that opportunity, and now Cowrie is raking in millions of naira from this BRT payment. So that's an opportunity lost. If I see it again, your guess is as good as mine.
They said they know they blow whistle 2 times, not only once. When they blows the whistle, you go run.
Okay, so my story is okay. When at the start of my career, I was in Access Bank training school, and I had the opportunity, to apply to Citibank. And while at the training school, I went through all the levels of interview, and there was just one left, myself and my friends. And then I had just one more exam to go at the Access Bank training school. So it was going well, and then they asked me one final question. When are you ready to resume at Citibank? And I said, sorry, I'm going through a process at Access Bank at the moment, and, I want to just be able to conclude. And they said, thank you for coming. I knew I'd made a very big mistake, because when you look at the stress of working in the two spaces, you cannot compare them. Citibank is enjoyment life, international bank. While at Access Bank, I ended up working very hard. So, that was an opportunity that if I'd taken out time, if I just waited or maybe thought it through, maybe my response would have been different. But, yeah.
Thank you. Any other experience you want to share experience with us on missed opportunities? Now, for everything that we talked about, and I like the first example that we heard, he had the opportunity. He had what looked like an opportunity, even though he didn't know it was an opportunity at that time. He didn't know it was, because he didn't have what it took. So that strength, if you can't use if you don't have the strength, then you can't leverage. So for you, it really won't make any difference. So you will need to understand. So the lesson in this is that we need to look inwards and ask ourselves, what strength do I have to be able to leverage the opportunity? Next slide. So this is the tool that we are going to use. The tool is called SOA. SOA means strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. It's what? Strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. And I'll break it down a little bit. So the strength is, what is it that I can build on? What do I have that I can leverage? What do I have that I can use to take advantage of the things, the opportunities that are in the industry or that are in the market? I like the example that he gave. Carrie came and it just was like, let me say it in Yoruba. If I say it in English, it might not be sweet. Say, can we do it? But you need to ask yourself, do I have the strength? Instead of asking yourself, can we do it? You ask yourself, do I have the strength to leverage? If I can't do it alone. Thank you. He said something here. He said strength can be collaborative. If I can't do it alone, is there someone I can quickly look at and say, guy, there's an opportunity, can we take it together? Even having that person to call in itself is a strength. Are we together? Having that person that you can call in itself is a strength. Okay? So, that's strength. Opportunities are, what is it that our stakeholders are asking for? What are the customer needs? What is it the customer is looking for? And then if you now match that to the strength that you have, you now ask yourself, can I build on this thing that the customer is looking for? We've talked about product development and all of that, having a strategy around product development. And if we don't look into the market, if we don't keep our eyes opened to what is happening in the market,
we won't even see anything to leverage. If you have the strength, the strength will just be dormant. So having that strength that we can use to meet the needs and the yearnings of the customer. Then the aspiration part of it is, what are those things that we care deeply about? That we can say, oh, because of this, we'll be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? And then the results are, at the point that we are succeeding, how do we know? Okay? Now, these 4 things work together to help us to understand how the market is moving. And then we'll be able to measure ourselves to know if we're doing well with it or not. But it all comes from, what strengths do we have that we can use to leverage what the customer is looking for, which is the opportunity that exists in the market, and then that would help us to achieve the things that we care about in order for us to get to the place that we want to get to, and then measure ourselves to know how we are succeeding. So we're going to use this tool. Can I have the SOA tool? Blessing. The tool, the tool, not that one, the tool. Sorry, ma. So what's SOA? Strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. So we're going to run a little exercise back in our groups. So we're going to use this in our group. So each group would have one of it. Like we did yesterday, we'll look at, as an industry, this time around we're not doing it as individual companies or individual banks. As an industry, what's the strength that we have that we can use to leverage the opportunity? So what are those opportunities that we can say, oh, these things exist in the market that we can use our strengths to leverage? And of course, we ask ourselves, as an industry, what's important to us? What are those things that we can say, oh, this one are the things that are quite germane as far as our industry is concerned, that we deeply care about. We put those ones here, and then what kind of results can we say as an industry we are achieving? If we see this, we know that as an industry we are doing very well. Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay? Sorry? It's clear. All right. So we'll go back into our groups. We'll bring this to you in the group, and then we can take that exercise. The exercise is going to take us about 20 minutes, and then we'll have a debrief like we did yesterday. All right, so group 1 to the back there, group 2 there, group 3, and then group 4. Okay? Questions or comments before we go into the groups? Sorry? The same group like yesterday. That's why I told you yesterday that you should not. Remember yesterday we looked at the environment. And today we're just going to be more specific about what opportunities exist in that environment. And that's what we're doing. So, which result are you looking for, Mr. Jordan? That's the same reason I didn't give you the result yesterday. So that you won't want to decamp. Talking about changing group. When I got married, on the day of the traditional wedding,
we were already there. The ceremony had started. And then there was this gentleman who just saw my sister on the other side. No, so he came with my parents-in-law because they attended the same church. He now saw my sister and walked across to my sister. Said, I've been looking at you since. Is it not you? She said, yes, it's me. How are you? How is my... So it happens to be my mom's cousin. He said, how is my auntie? I said, which auntie are you? That's your auntie that is sitting down there now. He said, how can? I said, So he went, greeted my mom, and greeted my dad. Uncle, they are here. And after they finished all the discussions, he went back to my parents-in-law and told them, went to call his wife and said, come, we're not supposed to be sitting here. We're supposed to be sitting on the other side. Till my father-in-law passed, he used to call the man that decamped. He would tell me, Mr. Ege, say I should say hello to you. I said, the man that decamped on the day of your wedding. All right. So that's all we're going to do. It's pretty straightforward. Let's look at, as an industry, what strengths do we have that we can leverage? And then what opportunities exist? What are those things that we can say are the things that our stakeholders are looking for? Now, in this sense, stakeholders are not just your customers. Stakeholders are also your regulators and every other person that's tied to the industry. So, as an industry, what opportunities exist? What are those things that they want? And then what are our aspirations? Our aspirations are those things that we deeply care about as an industry, that we would like to see happen within our industry. And then finally, we'll say, what are those things that when we see them, we know that we're doing well? All right? So that's all we're going to do, and it's going to take us about 20 minutes. So please, let's go to our groups, and then we'll bring this to you shortly. Let's move. Don't worry, I know we've had a very good day, so... Can we have the pens we used yesterday? Let's have the pens, so we... This is yours. That you can look at as some sort of reference to give you an idea of the kind of things that you should be writing down. This is yours. Okay, I'll give you this is the handout. The handouts are just reference guides for you to know how to use the tool. So there are two of them there. You can